If I could ask the counselors to take a seat. Thank you. We have resolved the issue with the streaming, so we're going to get started with the meeting. Thank you for your patience.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the council meeting for Monday, July 24th, 2023. Please rise for the playing of the national anthem and a moment of reflection.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carton bras et porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please be seated. At this time, I would like to call on Councillor McPherson to read the land acknowledgement.
The land on which council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Acknowledging this is a reminder that our great standard of living is directly related to the resources and friendship of Indigenous peoples.
Thank you, Councillor. My mayor's report today is very brief. Only one item that was sent through to me by Councillor McPherson. Just to let everybody know, there's free screening of Insanity, the mental health crisis, tomorrow, Tuesday, July 25th, at the Film House, followed by a panel discussion with CMHA Niagara, Steve Borisenko, and Pastone Mental Health, and moderated by Janice, the host of Life Unscripted on 610 CKTD. The documentary is about the director, Wendy Hiltout, and her family's experience with her brother Bruce, who had schizophrenia and disappeared over 25 years ago. It explores the lives of other families dealing with mental illness, and it takes a hard look at our country's mental health crisis, with large numbers living on the streets and in jails. Insanity is a plea to do better as a society to treat those with mental illness as human beings and provide appropriate services. Tickets are free, and you can go to the FOPAC website for more information. With that, I will look to the clerk for the adoption of the agenda.
There are some requests from councillors to provide updates under the mayor's report.
Apologies, always welcome.
What did you tell me about the Lions? August 12th. Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to make an announcement that August 12th, the Lions Club is going to be holding their annual picnic in the park, and everyone's welcome, and it's a pretty exciting time. They have lots of good food, good entertainment, and lots to see there, and good, friendly neighborhood just get together.
Excellent. Councillor Lindell.
I just wanted to pull something from Director Christie's report at our last meeting. I want to give congratulations to Cindy Melchenko and the staff at the Kiwanis Pool. I was able to find out a bit more about what they did with that $25,000 grant with the $500 life jackets. They spent a lot of time calling families to make sure that all of those life jackets were given out to various people and making sure that they all fit and that they were perfect. They did a lot of hard work to make sure that we had families who were going to be safe this summer. So I just wanted to give a shout out to them and congratulate them on all that great work.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Lindell. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to point out on Thursday, July 3rd, we had some Lions from a youth exchange. There was one from Spain and one from Italy. They were here and they toured City Hall, and we gave them a tour of the market, among other things, but they met the mayor and they were impressed about City Hall and our market. Also, on Saturday the 15th and Sunday the 16th, down at Club LaSalle, there was the first annual Sunset Latin Fest. It was run by Marvin Molina. He's actually from Toronto, but has moved down here. There's over 4,000 Latin Americans now living in Niagara, so it was a very well-attended event with lots of food and dancing and everything as well. So he hopes to have that as an annual ongoing party, whatever. And also Planet Fitness at on Welland Avenue and the Walmart Plaza had their grand opening, so it's nice to see another business opened up here, and it's down in St. George's Ward, so I'd just like to put that out. So it's a really nice facility, and it's nice that everybody can go and not be intimidated. It's not one of those musclehead gyms, sorry for the name, but all of us could go and feel comfortable at it, so anyways.
Thank you for that, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to remind everybody that the 139th Royal Canadian Handling Regatta begins with the Masters rowing on August the 6th, and they're always looking for volunteers and perhaps billets to host people coming from, athletes coming from other countries, so you can go to their website to check that out. Also, on August the 12th, the Grantham Optimist is having a free showing of the film Sandlot, which should be fun at the Grantham Optimist Club. Thank you.
Excellent choice with Sandlot. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to congratulate Juliette Dunn and the volunteers of the Niagara Jazz Festival for completing a very successful festival. It was well attended. Councillor Stevens, I know, and Councillor Garcia represented you. I was there Friday night, and we certainly enjoyed the music and look forward to another one next year. But it was a great event, and people from out of town, from all over, jazz fans were there. So congratulations to them. A lot of hard work.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. I don't believe there are any other hands, so at this time I will look to the clerk for the adoption of the agenda.
So the following amendments have been made to the agenda. First, Councillor Townsend has advised that he will be tabling item 5.3, which is the motion to reimburse application fees to the Royal Canadian Legion Polish Veteran Branch at a future meeting. The second one is Councillor Townsend has pulled item 7.5, requested work plan to plant 100,000 trees in 10 years from consent to discussion. Councillor McPherson has advised she will be requesting that Council waive the rules to consider a motion not appearing on the agenda regarding the Correctional Service of Canada report. If the motion to suspend the rules is approved, and we'll do that as part of the adoption of the agenda, then the motion would be discussed later in the meeting at the end of the motion section. There's following items of additional correspondence have been placed in Council's Sugar Sink folder. The first is a memo from Financial Management Services regarding an update on the 2023 usage of Civic Project Fund. The second is a confidential memo from Community Recreation and Culture Services regarding item 7.1, Lancaster Park Rec Facility Request for Proposal. Item 3, confidential memo from the Deputy Clerk regarding recommended appointments to the Property Standards Committee. and as well as a similar memo from the deputy clerk regarding appointments to the Citizen Task Force to review remuneration. The fifth additional correspondence is from Dan McKnight regarding item 5.1, motion to reconsider new staffing positions. And item 6 is the memo from Director of Planning and Building Services, and that's all the additional correspondence that has since been received, since publishing for item 7.1. So I also have Councillor Dodge's hand up.
Councillor Dodge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if at this time I could add another speaker to the delegation tonight. They weren't able to get through. Norm St. George.
And for which item is that?
Oh, sorry. That's for 5.1.
5.1?
Sorry.
Okay. All those in favor of adding an additional speaker to 5.1? Opposed? That's carried.
Mr.
All right, so at this time.
Mr. Mayor, sorry,
Yes, Councillor Dodge.
Another motion at this time. I'm asking that we suspend the rules to allow delegates to speak prior to the motion to suspend the rules in agenda item 5.1.
Okay, so that would be a motion to suspend the rules because we would be asking for delegates to speak to a motion that isn't actually on the floor. So at this time, that's not debatable. So I will look to the clerk to call the roll with respect to suspending the rules to allow delegates to speak before a motion is on the floor. Madam Clerk?
Okay, so on the motion to suspend the rules, Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
No.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
No.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
No.
And the motion to suspend the rules is lost.
So at this time, we have another motion to suspend the rules. This motion is related specifically to Councillor McPherson and a motion that she would like on the agenda this evening regarding the Corrections Service of Canada report. Motions not appearing on the agenda can only be considered if council votes unanimously in favor of considering the motion. If the motion to suspend the rules passes, then council will consider the motion under the motions portion of the agenda. So the motion at this time is that council suspend the rules in accordance with procedural bylaw 2021-124, section N 6.4, to consider a motion not appearing on the agenda. Madam Clerk?
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Yes. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Yes. Councillor Lindell.
Yes, yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried, so that will be added to the bottom of the motions section of the agenda.
Okay, so we now have the adoption of the agendas. The council adopt the minutes. The adoption of the minutes. The council adopt the minutes of the regular council held on June 26, 2023. Can I have a mover and a seconder? So Councillor Miller and Councillor Lindell. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? Councillor Phillips?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. In relation to correspondence, item 7.6.7, my son is an employee with the Alcohol and Gaming Commission, which is mentioned in the report from Fort Erie regarding the racetrack.
Okay. As a reminder, councilors are required to submit written statements of declarations via the online form. Councilor Ratzlaff?
Yeah, just a point of clarification. If I have a conflict for an in-camera item, do I declare that now or? Yeah, okay, so I have a conflict for item 14.2. Yeah.
Okay, just as a reminder then to make sure that you do the written statement of declaration on the online form. Any other pecuniary conflicts? All right, seeing none. Then we will move into item number 5 and 5.1, reconsidering new staffing positions, the motion. The procedural steps here, Councillor Kushner is putting forward a motion to reconsider the approval to proceed with the new staffing positions that were identified in Appendix 3. According to our bylaw, in order for Councillor Kushner to put that forward, council first has to suspend the rules as the operating budget was already reconsidered. This requires a 2/3 vote to pass. And if council suspends the rules, then the motion to reconsider will be put on the floor. So at this time, we will deal with the motion to suspend the rules. Councillor Dodge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to raise a point of order.
Okay.
And that is, I would like to challenge the chair on this, that I don't feel this is in reconsideration. And I think that why I don't feel that is a reconsideration is I think that this has to do with the budget. And I think that the budget is a continuing process. It's always changing. And these are amendments to our budget. And I think that we need to be able to evolve as things come to our attention and we have to deal with them. And right now, I think that, you know, we've had a huge outcry from the public, and mortgage rates have gone up, taxes are going up. We've had so much detriment because of COVID-19, and I think that we need to be able to pivot. So I think that this isn't a reconsideration. I think this is something that we should be looking at and discussing as a council again to help alleviate some of these decisions that we're making right now.
Okay, so it's a motion to challenge the chair. I will look to the clerk to call the roll, but I will ask all councillors to turn your mics off and ensure that the mics are off so that councillors are able to be heard when they are voting. So the motion to challenge the chair, and if the motion is successful, then this would not be a reconsideration. If the motion is not successful, then my ruling would be upheld that this is a reconsideration of the budget. So to the clerk.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
No.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
No.
Councillor Townsend?
No.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
No.
Councillor McPherson?
No.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
No.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
No.
So the challenge of the chair lost. We move on to the first vote.
So the motion to waive the rules, which requires a 2/3 vote to pass. Clerk.
Wait.
Councillor Kushner's hand is up.
Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motions to suspend the rules are commonly made by a councillor or a mayor, and they're usually unanimously approved by council as a courtesy to the mover. Councillor Garcia and I are asking that the same courtesy be extended to us this evening. Thank you.
Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Kushner. Yes. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Doesn't help that I turned voting mode off. I'm turning it on now. Counselor Harris.
No.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Williamson.
Yes.
Counselor Dodge. Yes. Counselor McPherson.
No.
Counselor Miller.
No.
Counselor Phillips.
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff.
No.
Counselor Stevens.
No.
Counselor Townsend.
No.
And Mayor Cisco.
No.
Okay, so that motion is lost.
Okay, so we will move forward to 5.2 on the agenda, the new reserve to fund taxpayer impact mitigation initiatives. At this time, I will give up the chair to the deputy mayor, who can continue to convene the meeting.
Good evening again. I'm Deputy Mayor Phillips. You probably know that by now. I thank you for being here tonight, and I know it was a very emotional situation. We feel the same way. I think councillors feel the same way. But we do have to get on with, sorry, we need to get on with our meeting tonight because legally there are some things that have to be completed as far as public meetings are concerned, and we have an in-camera item that we have to deal with as just legally so that we don't end up in a court of law. So I ask that whatever else goes on for the rest of the night, you try and show the respect that we would appreciate, and so we can get through this meeting as quickly as we possibly can. I do believe that Mayor Cisco is going to go online at this point, and he does have a motion, but he will explain what's going to happen with that motion. So could you put the mayor on, please?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Respectfully, I will be withdrawing my motion this evening. There is very important business that needs to take place during this meeting. And while my motion, I think, is important and offers a path forward, it is also not time sensitive, whereas there are several issues on the agenda that are very much time sensitive and have to be dealt with this evening. So for those reasons, I'll be withdrawing my motion and reintroducing at the August meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Excuse me. Thank you. Councillor Harris?
I guess if Councillor or Mayor Cisco is pulling the motion, would this be the appropriate time that perhaps we can ask staff to come back at that meeting, understanding what was in the Councillor Garcia and Councillor Kushner's motion, what was in the mayor's motion, perhaps come back with some sort of ideas of how we can move forward. And I guess the idea is that everybody's upset about the tax increase, and perhaps staff could come back with a plan of how to navigate it in the future, like perhaps change the budgeting cycle, things like that. So if Mayor Cisco is pulling this motion right now, maybe it would be the appropriate time to ask for staff to come back at the exact same time with some sort of concrete plan how we can navigate this in the future. That make sense?
Yes, I think that would be appropriate to do that through Councillor Garcia as the chair and CAO Oakes to see if we can somehow make this better than what it's been, because obviously it needs a great deal of improvement. Councillor Dodd, did I see? Yeah. Okay.
Finished, Matt? Sorry.
Councillor Dodge?
Oh, are you finished?
Yes.
So just to add on to what Matt was speaking about, perhaps this would be a good time when we're doing that to review some of our procedures that maybe we should hone a bit or change. And maybe staff could come back with some of that as well. Yes.
Dave?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Deputy. I would treat those as two separate report requests. The one that Councillor Harris is bringing forward is specific to the budget and the process moving forward. I believe yours is more on the procedural bylaw issues, correct? Okay, thank you.
So I guess I'll, do I need to say anything to take that action, or is it just?
Through the
CEO?
Yeah, sorry, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. As a report on the report request item of the agenda, if you wanted to bring that forward, and then staff will bring a report on that.
Thank you. Colleague Dodge. Moving to 5.4, waiving fees for closing of streets for the Terry Fox Run, moved by Councillor Garcia and seconded. Pardon?
Are you voting on Harris's now or later?
Thought Councillor Harris's was included in.
I thought that was asked for it to come back, whatever that is.
That was part of what, was that not part of what David was, or CAO Oakes was talking about?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Yeah, it could happen at this. I'd defer to the clerk if we want to deal with the report requests now, or if we want to deal with when they're, and we can do a formal, because they do have to be voted on.
So, yeah, just to be clear.
Yes, go ahead.
You got to press the button, okay. Just to be clear, I want staff to come back with how we can navigate this in the future if this happens, perhaps change the budgeting cycle, perhaps involve the region, that maybe they can come and do like an update regularly, like our regional counselors could know. Maybe even perhaps include a regional counselor as an ex officio in our budget committee so that we can stay kept abreast of everything that's going up at the region. So these things don't happen again, because I think everybody's upset that this happened, and we want to figure out how we can be better informed and make better decisions. So, and it never happens again. That's from my Meriton friend.
Councillor Dodge.
Just for clarification to the mover, my speaker's not on.
Sorry.
Now you got it.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Through you to the mover, when you're asking for a regional representative, is that over and above the representative we already do have from the region on our budget committee? Is that an extra person, or is it?
I kind of envisioned that we were kept better informed, and then I thought about it, how could that work? So what I'm really looking for is staff to come back with some ideas on how we can be better informed from the region. And I'd like to make the region a little bit more accountable, and perhaps people can actually talk to the regional counselors as well. Because a lot of people don't seem to understand that the region has some input into the tax bill as well. So.
Okay, so we'll vote on the report request right now. Oh. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Through you to Councillor Harris, are you asking for recommendations on how to make sure this doesn't happen again? But can we make part of that recommendation, the recommendation on how much can be saved this year so that we can reduce the budget this year?
Why?
Because otherwise it's next year and people are not happy with next year.
Hold on. Can I talk on my thing? Am I read yet?
Put Councillor Harris back on, please, if you could.
I'm trying to turn mine off, but it won't. Oh.
I guess what I'm looking for is, I think that would be two separate things. I don't think it's a problem that staff could come back and different ideas, I think. But this, I want to make sure things like this don't happen in the future. And if staff want to come back and comment on some of the things that were perhaps going to be presented, I have no problem with that either. But mine's more to look at, how do we navigate this? How do we move forward? How do we be accountable to the taxpayer? And how do we prevent this from happening in the future, right? So I guess maybe that would be a separate one. It's up to the chair to rule on that, but that's my thinking. Oh, you gotta press your...
Yeah, same issue on both of these. It just says issues. What issues? Like I don't know what either of them are referring to. So can we get some clarity on that? Like having something not happen again. Have what not happen again?
Oh, there we go. I guess the idea is that everybody's upset about the tax increase. what things could we do a little bit better as a council, as staff, as a corporation to navigate these things in the future? And I'm not saying we don't have tax increases, like just what things can we do? So perhaps we have our budgeting process after the region, perhaps we're more fully informed of what's going on at the region, like just what things can be in place. And if we are set to have a massive tax increase from the region, what can we do in the future? Are there different reserves we can tap on? Can we use the civic project fund? Can we defer or designate some dividends from hydro towards future potential tax increases? The problem is right now we don't really know when that's about to happen. So it would be really nice to know these things are going to happen, and then perhaps we can designate some resources towards it, right? So I'm just asking for a report.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I think we actually already directed staff to do that in the May meeting to try to better coordinate with the region. And I do think that's kind of the mayor's job. And most of the region meetings are public, so we kind of have that information ourselves if we want it. And then what are the issues in the procedural bylaw? Yeah.
Councillor Dodge?
So I think that it's been a while since we've even actually looked at the procedural bylaws, and I think that tonight was something that, to me, the process that we went through, I really do believe that, you know, the budget's always been something that's been step by step, and things that, you know, every night's supposed to be budget night. And I think that we need to address how we deal with items that come up in the budget. And if staff were to come back with us, there could be other things that, you know, are out of date or possibly that we could change. So I'm asking that, you know, we kind of have a little bit of a review of that. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Isn't that all? You guys are confusing me.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So from what I hear from Councilor Harris, he just wants a report on what we can do better in the future. So I would like to ask them for a separate report with staff's recommendation on how we can make significant savings so that this year's huge tax increase can be reduced, and that this report be available for our next meeting, August 15th, I think it is.
To Director of Financial Management Services, is that going to be possible?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. Due to vacation schedules, I don't anticipate that we would be able to bring back a report to the next council meeting. I would say it'd be more reasonable for us to be able to bring it back at the September meeting if required. But, yeah.
Satisfactory, Councillor?
Okay, if that's the best you can do, but understand that my objective still continues to be to do something for the taxpayers by that next tax installment. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yeah, just clarity on, through you, Deputy Mayor, just clarity on Councillor Dodge's request. Procedural bylaw pertaining to the budgeting process. Is that what we're talking about? Because procedural bylaw could mean anything.
And I also said that when I commented, sorry.
You'll have to turn yours off, Councillor Ratzlaff.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Dodge.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I had also stated that when staff's looking at the budgeting process, they look at anything else that they think that we should be updating. And I guess at the same time, if anybody around this table has something that they would like to have revisited, this would be a good time to submit that to staff. If that's okay with Mr. Oakes.
Councillor Kushner, I saw your light on. Did you have something you wanted to add?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I have no problem with the reports, but to me, the issue that got us to this situation was not procedure, it was incorrect voting. And with the motion, we could have had amendments to it, and some of us have discussed possible amendments. One was to take, say, 2 million or 2% from the tax stabilization fund, and the other could have been to take funds from the civic fund. We've got, I think, $8 million there. And we could have done something constructive tonight, but instead, we look at procedures and blame them. We should blame ourselves. Thank you.
Councillor Townsend, I see your hand up, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I guess to the clerk, did we not just update our procedural bylaw this year for this term of council? The understanding was this change was made from, what was it, 2022, I believe it was changed. Can you just correct me if I'm wrong?
Through the deputy mayor to the councillor, council approved a new procedure bylaw in 2021. It was approved, I believe, in August. And then there was an amendment in December or January of this year or December of last year, as well as an amendment about a year ago.
So yeah, so we did just change it. I wanted just to confirm that. Through you, Chair, my other question is I know the budget chair has suggested to kind of revisit an opportunity as to how the city has spent money. Did budget, as budget chair on that committee, was there not ample opportunity to partake in during those meetings to find savings? I'm trying to, I didn't partake in those meetings. So I'm wondering if, I don't want to put the budget chair, I just want to get some answers here. Maybe he can provide some context.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Through you to Councillor Townsend. The Budget Committee can certainly look at ideas, but I think that the financial management staff is better qualified to come up with some numbers. That's why I asked for that report.
Thank you for that. And I guess I'm just a little alarmed that, our members of our Budget Committee are, 7 months into this year, are trying to revisit and reopen our budget. There's a full year, ample opportunity to find these savings. I'm just kind of wondering what, were these discussions happening at budget?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I was not part of the Budget Committee, and I certainly would have objected strenuously to this, but I will forward the question to the Deputy Mayor who was on the Budget Committee and see if he can comment.
Thank you.
I think the big problem with this whole issue was the fact that for whatever reason, we, as a councillor, were not made aware of the money that was supposedly saved from transit and where it was going to go into reserves, into hiring staff. The Budget Standing Committee, correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor, but Councillor Garcia, we weren't made aware of that prior to seeing that on budget night. And I think had the Budget Standing Committee been aware of that prior to budget night, we would have had some significant discussion over that. And it kind of came as a surprise to us. And I'm not blaming staff because according to CA Oakes, it wasn't finalized until the 12th hour. That was, to me, the main problem that we had. And it kind of caught us by surprise at that time. And it seemed like a good plan the way it was presented, but then once we kind of got into the, excuse the term, the weeds of it, we realized what the problem was, especially when we realized the impact that the region increase was going to be. And I'm not blaming the region. They have to prepare a budget too. And I like the idea of the fact that maybe we have to condense our timelines more so that we have an idea of what the total budget's going to increase, rather than us setting a budget and then setting a budget and then all of a sudden it blows up in our face.
Okay, thank you for that. And I can appreciate that. The regions did come in a little bit late, as we weren't really made aware of it until a later point. But I agree with what Councillor Harris had said, and I support the ask of maybe finding ways to align our budget with the region's budget so that we avoid these headaches from, in future budget years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Before we vote on the report requests, and we'll vote on them separately. Are there any other comments?
So I would just like to ask the Deputy Mayor to staff in regards to what Councillor Kushner was talking about of what we could do or what we can't do. There's only one installment left this year. I know we don't give rebates back. We're not allowed to or something. Correct. I believe I was told that. The other thing is, if we were to reissue the tax bill for the next installment to save the taxpayers whatever dollar figure, what are the administrative costs to send all that out again for one more billing? Is it cost prohibitive? If we're all going to save $25 a person or $100, but it's going to cost us $200,000 to do all that mailing or some ridiculous number, that should be along with what he's asking, I believe.
Director of Financials, can you give a quick answer to that?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, with regards to doing I guess a tax reduction is what we'd be looking for. The councillor's asking it would require us to redo the tax rate calculation to ensure that we are in compliance with the Municipal Act to spread that reduction fairly across all of our taxpayers, and it would take the same amount of time to do that bill preparation as we do our regular bills. We send out over 44,000 tax bills, and we do use an external party to do that. There is a fair amount of lead time required to do that, and I'm not sure that the reduction would equal the amount of reduction that we would equal what the cost it would be to provide that reduction. So I don't have an estimate, but there's a fair number of logistical challenges for us to be able to send out another billing, as well as us working with our new tax software system as well.
Thank you. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I still wanted to put my report request up there on this.
So I was going to just ask you that if you wanted that to be considered.
Absolutely, and I would just like to comment that from what I hear from the people, I don't think they really care whether sending out a new tax bill costs double or triple or 10 times. They want us to take action and show a reduction. But anyway,
would you state your report, please?
My report request is that staff come back with recommendations as to how significant funds could be saved in the budget to maximize a tax reduction in this year's tax cycle, and that this report be available as soon as possible, but no later than the early September meeting.
Thank you. Without any further discussion to the report requests, I ask that we vote on these now, please. Would you turn your mic off, please, Councillor? Thank you. First one will be Councillor Harris's report indicating staff to come back with a... Are you going to confuse me? No. Doesn't take much sometimes.
Go. I was just wondering if maybe perhaps Councillor Garcia's could say, is it possible or is there methods to come back for this year? Like, is it, because you're asking for a recommendation, but there might not actually be a recommendation. Like, we're going to need to know if it's even possible, right? So, I don't know. That's all.
Councillor Garcia, do you want to leave it as is, or do you want to add that to it?
I would like to leave it as is. I believe that everything is possible if there is a will.
Thank you. Okay. Voting on Councillor Harris. Staff to come back with a plan to address issues regarding process, timing, et cetera, to have a better understanding of the tax rates when considering the budget. To the clerk.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Thank you. Councillor Dodge's motion, staff to come back with a plan to address issues in the procedural bylaw pertaining to the budgeting process and anything else that should be updated. To the clerk.
Councillor Dodge. Yes. Councillor Williamson. Yes. Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Yes. Councillor Harris.
Yes.
And Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Thank you. Councillor Garcia's motion that staff can come back with a recommendation as to how significant funds can be saved in the budget to maximize tax reduction in this year's tax cycle, and this report be available as early as possible. To the clerk.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Yes. Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Yes. Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Deputy Mayor Phillips.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Now, to save time for the folks waiting at the back, we'll move to the public meetings ahead of this, so you can get out in the rain like everybody else. So. I'll be coming back to that. I just want to get the people who have been waiting very patiently to get through. Okay, 8.1. The purpose of this public meeting is to ensure that sufficient information is available for the public and the council to understand the proposed amendment to the zoning bylaw regarding 70 Eastchester Avenue, and to provide the public with an opportunity for input before council's decision. If a person does not make an oral or written submission prior to council decision, that person is not entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal and may not be added as a party to the hearing of any appeal by others without the permission of the tribunal. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Staff will explain the report and staff's recommendation. The agent will present and council will have an opportunity to ask questions. Members of the public wishing to delegate were advised registered by 9 a.m. today. One person has requested to speak, and we'll hear from Mr. Edson Matos. At that point, the public meeting will be closed. So, Evan Ox, please. It is a night of tough technology.
Go full screen presentation mode, but that's okay. That's okay. I can talk through it. You have the benefit of seeing what's coming up ahead of you on the left, but please just focus on the slide on the main display. All right, so good evening. My name is Evan Och. I'm Development Expediter with the City of St. Catharines. I should point out this file was assigned to me when I was still Planner 1, which is why I'm seeing it through to its completion. So the application tonight is for a zoning bylaw amendment at 70 Eastchester Avenue. Next. Good, okay. So the location is, it's a through lot that fronts onto Eastchester and backs onto Queenston Street. It's immediately west of the Trillium/Geo Rail line. And it is immediately east of some land owned by the Niagara Catholic District School Board and some some vacant land on Queenston Street. The site is 4,690 square meters, or about 1.15 acres in size. Next slide. Thank you. So this is a photo of the subject lands. On the left, we have the view of the lands from Eastchester, and on the right, we have view of the lands from Queenston Street. And I should point out that the site has a development constraint due to the railway lands immediately to the east, which are quite obvious in this photo. A 15-meter setback from the eastern lot line is required for the proposed building. Any building that's going to have habitants must have, residences must be 15 meters back from that eastern lot line. And the site is further constrained by a storm sewer and sanitary sewer that cross the site. So both the sanitary and storm sewer lines will have to be relocated for the development to proceed. And I should be clear that the railway lands are not actually on the subject property. It's a railway corridor that is next to the site. Next group of photos. So we have views of land uses to the north. So this is Eastchester Avenue looking, I guess, west on the left and looking east or northeast on the right. So we have some commercial uses, some industrial uses, and some, railway corridor lands with billboards. Next slide, please. So this is a view of the eastern of properties to the east of the site. So we have, again, on the left, we have Eastchester Ave. On the north end of the site, we have 3 detached dwellings. And then on the right, we have the view from the south end on Queenston Street. So again, immediately to the east, we have the railway corridor, and then we have houses fronting onto Blair Crescent. The photo doesn't do enough justice there. It looks heavily treed, it is, but there you can actually see houses through the trees, and those are the houses on Blair Crescent. There's 14 properties that back onto the rail line that front onto Blair Crescent. Next slide, please. We have some medium density residential uses. These are townhouses that have frontage onto Avery Crescent, and the railway corridor again continues to the south. And finally, to the west, we have, on the left, we're looking at the Niagara Catholic District School Board property on Eastchester Avenue, which is serves an administrative function for the Niagara Catholic District School Board. So there are people in there on a daily basis. And then to the east on to the west on Queenston Street, we have a series of detached dwellings and then some commercial uses further to the west. A purpose of application, the application proposes a mixed-use building with 92 apartment dwelling units and about 380 square meters of commercial space. The proposed building is 31.5 meters tall, which is, in this case, 10 stories. The site will have access from Eastchester Avenue and Queenston Street. And the application is seeking a maximum of 87 parking spaces with a mix of below ground and at surface. And the proposed use of a mixed-use building with apartment dwelling units is permitted in the zoning bylaw. The zoning bylaw amendment is being sought for an increase in height and density, changes to required yards and landscape buffers, and a reduction in parking. Next slide. So unfortunately, the site is due to its long nature, is rather difficult to present in a manner that's legible. But on the left hand of the screen, we have Eastchester Avenue. On the right, we have Queenston Street. And then the gray fields are the building, which is pushed towards the south end of the street, having frontage mostly on Queenston Street. And then a driveway will go through the site with parking off the driveway, and then there is access to an underground parking garage on the northern end of the site. Next slide, please. So we have some 3D renderings of the proposed development. This is the view from the east, looking, I guess, from the north on the left and from the south on the right. Next slide. We have the proposed building from the west now, and so we are looking from the south on the left and the north on the right. Next slide, please. So now, provincial policy context. The site is located within the settlement area, according to the provincial policy statement, and is located in a built-up area in the Growth Plan 2020 edition. Policies, it's within an established settlement area and built-up area. It is promoting the intensification of underutilized residential lands and contributes to availability of housing. So staff find that the proposal is generally in keeping with provincial policy. Regional policy context, it's located within the urban area and further designated as a delineated built-up area. It is supporting intensification of an underutilized parcel and is supported by existing infrastructure. So staff find that the proposal is generally in keeping with regional policy. Schedule D1 of the city's official plan, the Garden City Plan, designates the land as mixed use. And the Garden City Plan further designates the property as mixed use on Schedule E9, which is the Eastern Planning District, which includes most of Meriton. And then next slide, please. Zoning Bylaw 2018-283. The current zoning zones the land M1 medium density mixed use. And the proposed zoning is to change that from M1 to, well, not change the M1, maintain the M1 zoning, but apply special provision 172, which is a new special provision being proposed that is site specific to this site. So the zoning would be changed to M1-172. So the proposed special provision 172 addresses 9 items that, 9 amendments to the zoning, to the M1 zoning that, that need to be changed to permit the proposed development to proceed. So increase in the maximum lot area to 4,690 square meters from 4,000 square meters. An increase in the maximum front yard setback to 75 meters, and this is from Eastchester Avenue. The increase is to 75 meters from 24 meters. Increase in the maximum building height from 20 meters to 31.5 meters. 20 meters represents about 6 stories. An increase in the maximum residential density from 100 units per hectare to 200 units per hectare. A reduction in the minimum landscape buffer for the eastern lot line from 3 meters to 0 meters. A reduction in the minimum landscape buffer on the western lot line within the front yard, being the first 75 meters of the lot, from 3 meters to 1.2 meters. A minimum parking requirement for apartment dwelling units within a mixed-use building from 1 space per unit to 0.8 spaces per unit. And further change that a loading space can be located within the front yard, currently only permitted in side and rear yards, and also that stairwells can project 3 meters above the maximum height of the building. So staff's analysis of the proposal, we found that the mixed-use building is permitted within the M1 zone. The proposal generally does not conflict with provincial and regional policy. And a review against relevant policies of the Garden City Plan presents mixed findings. So staff are able to support amendments to the increase in lot area, the increase in front yard setback, the reduction to the landscape buffers, the reduction in parking for apartment dwelling units, and to permit the loading zone in the front yard. And staff are not able to support an increase in the building height from 20 meters to 31.5 meters. As proposed, we're not able to support an increase in density to 200 units per hectare. And furthermore, staff are not able to support stairwells projecting 3 meters above the maximum height of the building due to the maximum height of the building being increased. So staff are recommending denial of the application. Reasons for denial, it's not lost on staff that we are in the middle of a housing crisis, and we have a proposal that is proposing new housing. However, staff must stick to policy in our interpretation, or sorry, in our review of the proposal, and we've found that we are not able to support the application. So it's supported by several other commenting departments and agencies. Planning staff are responsible for conducting the analysis of the zoning bylaw amendment in accordance with Section 7.1 of the Garden City Plan, against which all development and redevelopment within the urban area shall be evaluated. Staff have severe concerns about increasing the building height to 31.5 meters while only providing the minimum side yard setback of 1.2 meters along the western lot line. The side yard setback of 1.2 meters is what we require for a 20-meter tall building in this zone. They're adding, going up to 31.5 meters, but still maintaining that 1.2 meter side yard setback. The reasons why we have concerns is that there's no transition, no height transition with adjacent buildings, which surrounding buildings are generally ranging from 1 to 3 stories in height. We have concerns about the impact of shadows on adjacent properties, especially to the west of the site. Minimum opportunities for perimeter landscaping that could mitigate some of these impacts on adjacent properties within that 1.2 meter side yard. And building massing on the western facade is dominated by long expanses of walls with no glazing or windows. And furthermore, the placement of stairwells and the elevator enclosure on the exterior wall, western exterior wall, also contributes to the expanse of negative space on the western wall, on the western facade. So just to demonstrate or illustrate what I mean is this is the proposed western elevation of the building. There are balconies, there are windows, there are patio doors, but the building facade is generally dominated by expanses of no windows, no doors, little architectural features. So this is illustration of why staff cannot support. So the development review process, here's an example of communication that we had with the applicant from February of this year, where staff indicated that we are not opposed to an increase in density on this site, nor adding height. However, as proposed, staff have difficulty supporting this application when evaluated against relevant policies of the Garden City Plan, and staff would prefer to see a resubmission to address concerns instead of recommending denial of the current proposal. Denial is always the last resort in our line of work. So again, we did highlight some of our concerns about the building massing, about the side yard setback. And I should say that the applicant, we've had a positive, constructive relationship with the applicant throughout the development review process. The applicant has submitted a few different redesigns to try and address staff's concerns and comments. However, due to the development constraints on the site, staff are still unable to support the proposal, and there's little opportunity for the building to be shifted further to the east. So staff, we held a public consultation with an online open house in February. We mailed out over 130 notices to surrounding property owners. 2 people registered to speak at the open house, and we received written submissions from 10 individuals. Those submissions are attached as an appendix to staff's report. So public concerns that we heard during the public consultation is construction impacts on neighboring properties, the provision of green and other environmental features in proposal, traffic levels on Queenston Street and entrances to the site, especially given the proximity to a hill on Queenston Street and the railway lines on Eastchester and Queenston Street. The impact of shadows and loss of privacy from the building, loss of views into green space, impact on property values and taxes, contamination and remediation of the site, servicing capacity for the proposal, and on-site parking, all of which are addressed in staff's report. So the recommendation that staff are making is we are recommending denial of the application on the basis that it does not meet the intent and guiding policies of the City of St. Catharines official plan. Staff's recommendation is based on policy analysis and the public interest.
Thank you, Mr. Araxes. Now call on the agent, Ella Aruglu from Araxes, to present, please. I hope I pronounced your name properly. If I don't, I apologize.
Pardon me? Okay. Good evening, Mr. Deputy Mayor, staff, and neighbor. My name is Ella Aruglu, and I'm the lead architect at Ella Architectural Studio. I'm the agent representing Araxes Development Incorporated, who are the owners of 70 Eastchester Avenue. I would like to start by saying that I appreciate the opportunity to present to you this evening, and I know the ownership group shares that appreciation. Planning staff did a great job presenting and summarizing the planning merits of this application, and as well as their concern about proposed building height and shadow impact to the neighboring properties. In my presentation, I will be highlighting some of the other aspects of the project and answer any questions you may have. First, I will go over the constraints and challenges inherited from the land's location and shape of the property. And secondly, I would like to briefly go over the building height and as a result of the shadow impact of the proposed development. And lastly, I would like to communicate the rationales why the application should be supported. I apologize in advance if some of the information is repeating and overlapping with Evan's presentation. So if I may, I'd like to start with the first one. Okay, this is the site, as you see. The site is located south of Eastchester Avenue and Queenston Street intersection and has a total area of 0.47 hectares. The site is currently vacant with an informal pedestrian path that runs between Eastchester Avenue and Queenston Street. The requested zoning bylaw amendment would permit the development of the site for a 10-story mixed-use building with 92 residential units and approximately 380 square meters of non-residential use. Next slide, please. As shown in the screen, the neighboring properties located on the west, north, and south have M1 zoning, and east side is G2H1, and the railway passes through alongside the property line in the direction of north-south. Neighboring properties located on the northeast of the property are zoned E1 business commercial employment and E2 general employment. It makes the property a good candidate for development and would provide a variety of housing options for residents. Next slide, please. So this is the survey. The proposed development site is long, narrow, and irregular shape with a total area of 4,690 square meters. It's equal to 50,482 square feet. It's approximately 180 meters, 590 feet long, and its width ranges between 20 meters, 65 feet, and 32 meters, 105 feet. The site is currently a vacant lot with a gravel driveway that runs between Eastchester Avenue and Queenston, and a number of trees that clustered among the west property lines. Next slide, please. This slide shows the site constraints. As Evan mentioned, same thing. The current condition, 10-meter regional easement, is located on the west side, and the minimum 15-meter setback required from the east property limit. So it leaves us the area shown in the hatched pattern for development, which is 4.9 meters at its widest section and narrows down to 0 towards Queenston Street and midsection of the property. Development area on Eastchester Avenue side is 2.3 meters at its widest section. The land is, its current condition cannot be developed. Next slide, please. So to clear the site for development, approximately 240 meters, 790 feet long, existing regional trunk sanitary sewer between the manhole 1546 at south of Queenston, it's rounded on blue line, street, and the manhole 730 on the north at Eastchester Avenue required to be relocated. Approximately 709 feet long new regional sewer to be installed on the east side of the property, and a minimum of 10-meter easement to be provided. Estimated relocation cost is $2.5 million. Environmental remediation is necessary. Estimated cost is $500,000. In addition, a road widening on both Queenston Street and Eastchester Avenue is required. Next one, please. So this slide showing the site constraint mitigated. Regional sewer located east side, and 10-meter easement is provided. This is the area between black line and the red line, and a 15-meter setback from the east property line for railway clearances are provided. This is the black line and the purple line in between. And then road widening is provided on both Eastchester and Queenston Street areas between black line and green line. So after removing and mitigating the constraints, we have left the area that shown hatch pattern on the map for development. Next one, please. So it's a tremendous job to remove and try to mitigate the constraint and overcome challenges we just talked about. This is just a starting point to remove the constraint and make a development possible. It's extremely costly as well. The owner is showing an incredible commitment towards this project since 2019. I should mention that this project is over 4 years in the making, with initial consultations started in February 2019 with the region regarding relocation and followed by the city for a possible development opportunity. The official pre-consultation application was made in back May 2021, and we have since been working alongside the city staff to shape the design through various consultation with the city, region, railway, authority, and other various authorities involved. We have been working collaboratively to come up with the site plan that meets preferences of urban design and planning staff at the city. In particular, the original version of the site plan has been modified to reduce the size and the height of the building. The site plan has also been modified in response to comments from the planning staff at the information meeting that was held on February 21st, 2023. In particular, the setback from the west side after 6-story has been maximized, and a minimum 5-meter setback from the Queenston Street was provided to address the comments that we just heard. We have been working with the staff and trying to come up with a best scenario, recognizing that there's such a need for housing. And considering this extremely high land clearing cost to owners, we want to use the site as efficiently as possible. Our vision for this project is to create a vibrant community hub that offers a diverse range of functional spaces, including residential units, retail spaces, and communal areas. Implement and use key design elements, technical features, and construction strategies that make this project a unique and valuable addition to the city of St. Catharines. Next one, please. The goal is implementing a geothermal system in place of a conventional heating and cooling system in order to reduce the carbon footprint of the building and annual operating cost, provide sustainable, renewable, and reliable thermal comfort, resiliency through on-site generation. From a sustainability perspective, integrating of solar and geothermal into the building helps to achieve a triple bottom line outcome, lowering cost, increasing returns, and demonstrating leadership by lowering the building's environmental footprint. Next one, please. The project aims to create a modern, sustainable, and aesthetically appealing mixed-use development that balances innovation and functionality while prioritizing energy efficiency, environmental stewardship, and well-being of its occupants by optimizing natural lights and views. The project enhances pedestrian experience with walkable pathways and green spaces contributing positively to the urban fabric of St. Catharines. So next one is the site plan. As you see, we oriented the building towards the Queenston Street because the development area was the widest at that point. Next one, please. This is the main floor and the basement. Main floor, we have the lobby and commercial areas and other communal areas. Next one, please. This is the floor plans. On the first 6th floor, we have 12 units. They are mixed type of units, 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. After 6-story, we have 8 units in each floor. Again, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. Next one, please. This is the required zoning amendments Evan already talked about, so we can pass this. Next one. And this is the parking requirements. We can pass as well, this one. Next one. Okay, we can start. Sorry, go back. Sorry, yeah. So second part of my presentation, I will talk about approvals, comments received.
Excuse me, if you usually we're on a time limit for these presentations, so if you
I'll wrap up quickly.
Speed up as much as possible, please.
Okay. So second part of my presentation is talk about approvals, comments received from all reviewing departments and authorities having jurisdiction. So as you see on the screen here, This is the agencies, the proposal circulated and the responses. So I made a little chart here. The first column is the agency, second one, whether they supports or not, and the third one is remarks. As you see here, region, and I'll pass the region, they're all supports with no objection to the development. And then City of St. Catharines Development Committee comment, it's on the screen. It says, development engineering staff have no further comment regarding the zoning bylaw amendment application, subject to the following condition being satisfied prior to approval, which is they are asking for regions approval, and regions approved, regions are in support of the development, as you see. And the next one is the CRCS from the City of St. Catharines again. It says no objection to be proposed increase in lot area. No objection to the reduced rear yard along Queenston Street. The proposed 3-meter setback is large enough to accommodate sufficient landscaping between the building and the public realm. It appears that the provision related to maximum interior side yard is redundant. No objection to the proposed increase in the maximum front yard setback. No objection to the proposed increase in building height. It appears that reference to the landscape buffer along Queenston Street is redundant, and applicant is meeting the minimum 3-meter requirement set out in the parent bylaw along both Queenston Street and Eastchester Avenue frontages. Given their adjacent rail line is not a more sensitive use, we offer no objection to the proposed reduction in landscape buffer. And then the other agencies, they are all in support of the application, including public. So public open house held February 8, 2023.
I'm going to ask you to stop.
Oh.
Usually it's...
I didn't know how much time I needed, and nobody told me. Sorry.
How much longer do you have?
Not much. I want to wrap
What's
up.
not much?
We have been working on this project since 2019.
How much time do you have left?
And I may need 10
Can you give me a couple minutes?
Fine.
Okay, go quickly.
Yeah.
And the gentleman at the back, you'll be given the same.
I apologize. I apologize if I knew the timeline, so I would adjust my presentation based on that one. I can cut right now if you guys are not happy with it, because I just want to...
No, go ahead. Just do it quick.
Okay, so, Councillor, sorry, I apologize for that thing. Okay, so we received public support, properties used by homeless people for camping, dumping garbage, and it creates an anxiety and discomfort to residents, and it's not safe for dog walkers or children or anybody walking day or night. So neighbors were happy with this development. So can you please move? Okay, you see here some of the support letters from the city. So I'm not allowed to talk about. Go further, please. Okay. So this shows the shadow pattern I was going to communicate with you guys. Thought you guys might be interested, but we can move on, please. Yeah. Move on. Thank you. For the shadow general, I would like to just mention a few things. Regarding Eastchester Avenue, we had the WSB prepared shadow study. And regarding Eastchester Avenue and Queenston Street, the development will basically have no impact in terms of shadow on the sidewalk along the Eastchester and Queenston Avenue Street for all seasons. As a side note, region waived their shadow requirements, indicating the shadow impact due to the development is negligible. In addition, the shadow study shown that all of the properties on the west side and east side of the property will not affected by the shadow, except one small building closest to the building, closest to proposed building. An extra 1 hour shadow will be the impact of the development when you think about. So can you move, please, quickly? Okay. So next one. Next one. Okay, so pros and cons I added here to see what would be different between 10-story and 6-story building. So propose 92 units to contribute to housing inventory, and proposal will also contribute to the city meeting its 95% intensification target and provide additional housing typology to the neighborhood. It's a proposal for a 10-story mixed-use development will be an intensification of the existing vacant land site and will utilize existing service lands with the City of St. Catharines, which provincial and regional policies support. Proposal height will provide vertical development opportunity in an existing neighborhood, which is economically, environmentally, and socially responsible. And proposed 92 units development allows us to capitalize on expensive shared investment, such as public transit, offers walkable lifestyle where services already exist, and enables more families to join our city-strong communities. It makes good economic and social sense for more homes to be added to this already established neighborhood. Next one, please. And just only 2 slides more after the views. So next one. This is the east view. Next one. West view. And the next one is the east view again from Eastchester side. Next one, please. Okay. Yeah, so we can move to, this is the subject site is currently vacant and good candidate. So it actually explains why this proposal needs to be approved. The proposed development supports and is consistent with the provincial policy statement and the growth plan policies regarding intensification, specifically use of vacant lands and brownfield sites where there is sufficient access to municipal services. The proposed development supports regional and local policy directives regarding efficient use of brownfield sites to accommodate intensification. The proposed development will help reach the intensification targets prescribed by Niagara Region Official Plan and the City of St. Catharines Official Plan. The proposed development will add to mix of housing option to the area. Next one. The proposed development will make efficient use of existing municipal services, and we can continue the next slide. So this is official point. It shows the official plan, section 16.1, and it says based on that, the proposed development conforms to the general intent of the Garden City Plan, accommodate growth, housing, sustainable communities, efficient use of underused lands and existing infrastructure, design that supports compatible, innovative, efficient, and sustainable buildings, sites, streetscape, and neighborhoods and communities, consistent with provincial and regional policy plans. Subject land is suitable for the use, sufficient servicing capacity, and contribution to economic development of the area, creating business and housing. Next one.
Thank you.
Next one is policy
Council,
context.
do we have any questions from council in regards to the presentation?
Thank you.
Councilor Kushner?
Yes, 2 questions, and I hope you keep the answers short. Number 1, the staff had a concern about the east side of the building not having any windows, but being a blank wall. Why is that?
That's not true, actually. Can I go back to the view? Can we go back to the views, please? Go back. Go back, back. Okay, here, yeah, come. This is the side view Evan showed you guys. There are terraces, there are windows, there are doors, there are balconies, everything. It's not just the areas he mentioned. It's just there's no wall or window. Those staircases.
Okay, my second question is staff was concerned about the shadowing effect.
Yes.
How much would you have to lower the building to not have a shadowing effect?
Shadow, after the 6th story, it's 1 hour difference. If the building were 6th story, by zoning it allows for 20 meters, which is 6th story. Between the 6th story to 10th story is just 1 hour extra shadow you get. Which is this standard, minimum standard is for the new developments, neighboring buildings needs to get minimum 5-hour sunlight, And in this development, the neighboring properties gets much more than that.
Okay, thank you.
And even you have two-story building, that same shadow you will have.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, my question to the presenter, is there any opportunity for any affordable or attainable housing options within this development, say like a 10%, 20% opportunity if council were to allow for this increase?
We are open to any recommendation or suggestion discussions. So we are open to that.
Sorry, I couldn't hear the answer. Can that be repeated?
So we are open to those type of recommendations from the city. We indicated that before, actually, communicated that.
That's great to hear that. And any idea on, I know it's still in the early phases, what would be the cost for, the starting cost for a unit?
Cost of the unit, actually it's a different area than I'm expert to, but so many things affect the cost of the land. For example, if you have a 60-unit, six-story building here, the building per land cost per unit will be increased versus to 92 units if you have on this land. As the density increase, the land cost, at least I can say, drops down.
Thank you for that. And again, just to reconfirm that if staff were to work with you with, council direction to say develop, 20% of these units to be affordable units, your group would be open to having those conversations?
We are open to those conversations, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Well, so, yes, I guess this might be to Evan as well. I'm not sure. What was the 3 meter for the stairwell above the height? I wasn't sure. I didn't understand that.
So, as you see on the pictures, the stairwells
that
goes up to the roof.
Those three things above that?
Just to access the roof.
That's what that is, okay. And then the cost for relocating the sewer trunk line, who is paying for that, or who would pay for that?
The developer will be paying for that.
You guys?
The
developer? The developer is paying for that too?
Yes.
And
there will be no cost to the city or the region.
Right, okay, I think that's it, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for the presentation. If we go with the staff's recommendation over the denial, do you think the developer, because it's really only those three things that have the height, the stairwells, and the density, do you think you would come back with a proposal that fits those things and then presumably would get staff's approval?
So the developer is open to suggestion from the city. We communicated this with the staff. We told them, if you are not okay with the 10-story, tell us what you would be okay, but we did not get any feedback on this one. So we are okay with 6-story, 60 units.
Okay.
But it's better to use the site for full potential. So we are not insisting for 10-story, 92 units, just we are trying to come up with an idea to use the land with the full potential.
Sure.
And reduce the unit cost for the once we develop the land. So it's an expensive land.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And we're always actually trying to get people to intensify. I think the height issues here are just around privacy are maybe a bit of a concern, but I appreciate the notion and what you're trying to do on that site, for sure.
Thank you. And the shadow impact is just 1 hour extra. So I don't know if it's worth it to sacrifice 32 units because of we will get 1 hour extra shadow or extra sunlight.
Thank you, Councillor.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I'm concerned about a couple of things. The first off is the railroad tracks and how close your building will be to the railroad tracks. Is there going to be some sort of safety measures in place so that, say, families have kids or whatever, that they'll be blocked off?
Yes, there will be fence along the railway. as the other side of the railway is townhouses or other type of residential units. So they have the fences, so we will have fences for sure.
Okay, and you mentioned that you had the support of the public.
Yes.
Can you tell me how many people in the public you talked to and where you got that support from?
So on the public meeting, there were two members of public joined, and they did not object to development. They did not bring it. One of them was just next building to development, and he did not bring up any shadow concerns, anything like that. He just asked for if his foundation will be okay. So that was his question.
So two members of the public.
And then other public of the members were happy with the development. And also when we put the signs on the site, there was people walking by with their dogs, and they mentioned they are very happy if something comes in that area. Because homeless people camp there, and we we always clean the land very often, actually, for the removing the camps, removing needles or garbage they left there. So,
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor. No further questions to the presenter. I now call on Edson Mattis, who will present by phone, I hope. So is he still with us?
Hello?
Hello, go ahead, we hear you.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Edson Matos. I live on the next side of the Queenston Street, right in front of where the applicant is intending to build the building, okay? And I have a few things that I would like to say. First of all, our community, at least the neighbors around this project, they are against the project. They are not supporting the project because this is going to be something completely completely different in our neighborhood. A 10-story building on this side, on this size of land is unreal. Okay, the pictures, the project, the pictures, the greens, the trees that they show on their project are very nice. However, this is not going to happen because there is a rail track. The rail tracks, they don't allow the trees. You have to maintain distance. So it's not going to happen like the builder or the applicant is intending to build. Leaving no room or no space or minimum space to all the other properties around the building. We don't like this idea because every time if we have to build a house or if we have to build another project on the neighborhood, the privacy and the shadow is going to be huge. Okay, because there is a piece of land right beside the building which is still not used. And if someone decides to build a house over there, they will never see the sun. Okay, so we have concerns about this. We are not against the construction and the use of the land. However, we are against the project itself like it's being proposed. To maximize the number of units there, it's unreal. Okay, the connection, the driveway connection between the two streets, Eastchester and Queenston, it's going to be extremely dangerous because the driveway is going to be around 25 to not even 30 meters from the rail tracks. And when the street was built, initially there was an overpass over the rail tracks. And because the city decided to remove that, the area has a very deep, the street goes really down to cross the rail tracks. So everybody coming driving on east into on Queenstown will not see people that would be going in or coming out from this site, and it's going to be very, very dangerous. The other detail that we are really against is the number of parking spaces, because if the city is agreeing on approving 0.8 spaces per unit, this is going to bring a lot of issues to residents, visitors, people using the building. Okay, there is no streets very close, and Eastchester and Queenstown has zero parking. There is no parking available, so this is going to be a very huge problem. We are now in our neighborhood. There is another project. They are building a complex with apartment buildings. And we are noticing that a lot of the people working on this project, they are parking on our street. They are parking all around the area. Even, I would say that even the people that would supposedly work on this project, they would have no place to park, because they cannot park on close to the rail tracks, and there is no streets around. Okay, so when the applicant says that the community supporting the project, it's really not true. Okay, and like I said, we are not against building anything there, but we would like the city not to approve the project as it is, not even considering that the builder is going to give or do an agreement with the city to provide 10% to 80% of homeless people housing or very affordable housing. This is unacceptable.
Your 5 minutes is up. If you could wrap up quickly, please.
Yeah, no, okay. I would say that a 10-story building on this land is unreal. I would suggest all the councilors to come over, take a look on the area, take a look what the building is going to look like in our neighborhood, and then you might decide what would be the best for our community.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do I have any questions from councilors that they'd like to direct to Mr. Mattis?
No, I don't have any.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Councillor Townsend has a question. I don't have eyes in the back of my head to see that, so thank goodness the clerk does. Councillor Townsend?
Well, thank you, Deputy Mayor, and to the clerk for noticing my hand was up. Appreciate that. My question to Mr. Mattis is, what height would be okay with the community? I mean, currently they could build up to 6 stories. I'm just curious what your reaction is to that.
Well, I don't have any rules. I wouldn't say that our community would accept 3 floors, 4, 5, 6 floors. I just would like the city or the builder to play according to the rules, respecting distances, respecting heights. Because if there is a rule, this was created for some reason, and there is no buildings on our area, and creating a 10-story building, it might be an 8-story building would cause the same problem. A 6-story building could cause the same problem. I don't know I cannot tell you, I'm not a technical guy, I cannot tell you, oh, okay, our community is going to accept a 3-story building. I don't think it's like that. I think that the city should approve something that would be within the parameters, within the law that exists to protect all our neighbors, right? I don't have any idea, any suggestions in terms of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the gallery that wishes to speak to this item? Is there anyone else in the gallery wishing to speak to this item? Seeing none. Motion that council close the public meeting respecting the application to amend zoning bylaw 2013-283 subject lands 70 Eastchester Avenue. Can I have a motion to close the public meeting? Councillor Kushner, thank you. All in favor? raise your hand. Do I have a seconder? Councilor Garcia, thank you. All in favor? Is there anyone opposed? Thank you. Always wanted to do that. Didn't hurt my fingers either. Persons wishing to receive notice of council's decision should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. Are there any councilors that wish to ask questions of staff? Councilor Miller.
Yeah, thank you. To staff, it seems like we're pretty close on this project in terms of the issues that staff have within the developers' amenable nature to modifying. What would the timeline, if we approve staff's recommendation tonight, typically, I know every project's different, but what would the timeline be to having a new proposal approved?
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, should Council opt to approve the application before you this evening, we would have to wait the 20-day appeal period, after which sometime the applicant is welcome to make their site plan submission, and we will do our best to follow the timelines under the Act.
Okay, I guess I meant if they need to come back with a new design because we don't support it. Does that make sense?
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, that would best be a question directed to the applicant as to what their plans would be should the application not be approved this evening.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Through you to staff, pardon me, in this summary of analysis on page 16, staff say that they don't support it, and they say, due to development constraints on the site, there is limited opportunity for the site to be redesigned in a manner that satisfies staff's concerns. But my understanding from the presentation from staff was that the main concerns are the too high a density and too height of the building, plus the stairs sticking up past the top. Yet the presenter for the applicant seemed to say that they were flexible to all these things. So maybe you can clarify that?
Director Kate or Planner Ox?
Okay, through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Garcia. So the development constraints on the site really limit the building envelope or the location where the building can be located on the site to the western half of the site. So there is no real opportunity to maintain the proposed height and shift the building further to the east to increase the western side yard setback from the 1.2 meters that is shown. Without the building being made considerably narrower, which we have heard from the proponent becomes architecturally infeasible. In terms of working with the applicant on a lower height, we have had numerous discussions. Director Kate, do you want to?
Director Kate?
So through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, I think Evan caught it just well. This site is highly, highly constrained, not just with the relocation of the city and regional sewers, but also with the setback from the rail line, essentially positioning any development potential to the westerly side yard setback. The existing zoning permits 6 stories as of right, 1.2 meters from the lot line. However, with the additional height proposed to accommodate a 10-story building, it's our opinion that the impacts are very difficult for us to support. That being said, the report has been written in a way that goes through a line-by-line analysis of the issues.
Thank you for that. And through you, Deputy Mayor, so if they did come back with a proposal at 6 stories and density that meets the official plan, they could do that within the current location. Is that correct?
Councillor or Director Kate?
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, should the applicants wish to revise their application so it conforms to the zoning bylaw, then they would be welcome to apply for a site plan agreement, which would be a staff delegated approval authority.
Thank you. And my last question through you, Deputy Mayor, to staff, I'm not sure if it's planning staff or the clerk. Do we not automatically let presenters know about the time limit because the presenter said that no one told her?
Clerk?
Through the chair to the councillors, if a delegate signs up through our delegate request form, then it does say there's a 5-minute max. If they sign up through another means, maybe through a member of staff, in this case through the development process, I think that we should maybe work with the internal team and find out what messaging they receive.
Thank you, Clerk. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Question to staff in relation to the rail lines. We have a spur rail line that's still used. It has the potential, since we know that freight rail particularly is a great option taking trucks off the highways, and I know that it's an important economic development tool to have. We've already lost a lot of urban rail lines. In fact, I think this property probably had 2 lines on it. We talked about the aspect of it being a conflict between residential and industrial use and the setback that's required. Are we doing anything to try and preserve what little active urban rail transit we have left? Is that a consideration in our planning decision-making?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Williamson, yes, that is part of the consideration. The Transport Canada has worked with the Canadian Federation of Municipalities and the Class 1 Railways, CNCP, on development guidelines. And given the freight volume on this line, the 15-meter setback with a chain link fence is the required safety barrier between the structure and the rail line.
Thank you, Mr. Hawks. And my other concern is there's a significant number of trees, a nice berm of trees that acts as a buffer between the school and some residential areas. And is there any kind of tree retention plan that with this development or an alternative development?
A tree protection plan was not requested with this application. We have to take a look to see if those trees are on this development site or the school property. But efforts could be made to maintain that tree boundary, or those perimeter trees.
Hopefully, if we're going back to the drawing board, we take a look at preserving some of those trees. The other question was, you mentioned that we weren't denying, but the recommendation says we are denying. Could you just maybe reconcile that? At the start, you said it wasn't a straight-up denial, that there was an opportunity or something?
I think in my presentation, I said that it was a mixed result, that we were not opposed to some of the amendments that were being sought, but there was 3 amendments that we are opposed to, and as a result, we have to make a denial recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, to Planning. A couple questions I guess I would have would be that we're always hearing how hard it is to deal with the city with building new building projects going on and this and that. And you know, of course, the housing is, we're lacking in housing as well. And would it be that it was a little premature to come here yet? If you're only 3 little, they're small variances in a way, that you're only 3 out with the builder, can you not go back to some planning with them to work that out? And would that be done after we say, yes, you can do this, but change that, or go and talk again, and then do we have to come back again here or not?
Director Cathay.
Thank you. Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, with regards to what customer service looks like when evaluating a development application. One of the things that you don't want to do is drag the process out longer than it needs to be. So if you know you're getting to a point where you're not going to be able to recommend approval, then it's best that we move forward with the denial so that we can let everybody move on and depending on what direction they want to go. That being said, when we knew that we were getting to this point, we did stop. We did bring in the applicants. We let them know what our concern was, and we asked them to go back and work further with their shadow study consultant to make just to double check and triple check on some of the parameters and assumptions being made to see if it would create a better scenario or outcome for us all. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, and we communicated that back to the applicant, and we're here tonight for council to make a decision.
Okay, thank you. Just it seems that we're so close, and we want to have more housing in the city, and yeah, we're just that close on it right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I'd like to make the change here that Council approve the amendment, but I also wanted to add in a couple amendments to this recommendation, and that's in hopes to the applicant suggesting that 20% of affordable housing would be something that they would be open to. So I'm asking if I can put that amendment in that perhaps on the condition that the applicant provide a plan to create 20% affordable housing units in the build. And further to that, it would be, I think, appropriate to get a further understanding of the plans for tree planting and what type of trees are, where the trees will be on site, how many, that sort of thing, to provide to council. I think that would be a beneficial ask. So I'm wondering if that could be added into this recommendation.
Councillor, I'm going to pass your request to the to our clerk as far as changing the intent of the motion.
So I just want to clarify that we do not have a motion on the floor yet. When we get to that point, the deputy mayor will ask if there's any councillor willing to put up the staff recommendation on the floor. If there is, then that is what's voted on first and considered. If no one wishes to put that on, then we can have a motion to approve the application or something similar. I will defer to planning on information about ability to add things to what can and cannot be added to a decision.
Director Cathay.
Thank you. Through the deputy mayor to council. When the decision before council this evening, the recommendation in front of council this evening is to deny. If that fails, then council is welcome to put up another motion, and whether that includes an approval with conditions or a deferral or denial is entirely at the will of council. That being said, any conditions attached to an approval must be related to the actual variances of the zoning bylaw, not variances, but the regulations being sought to change. So adding a requirement for 20% affordable is not something you can add when you're seeking a increase in height or density. It offends the Section 37 bonusing provisions. And in the past, council has attempted to do that, and previous terms of council have attempted to do that. It was challenged at the Ontario Land Tribunal, and the city was not successful in that regard.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, and I appreciate that context. I guess it just sounded as though the applicant is open to the 20% affordable housing. I would still like to include something of that context and include something with the, a plan for tree planting on site. I'll wait till the appropriate time, though, Chair, to do that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I see no other councillors wishing to speak. At this point, is there a councillor who would like to move the recommendation in the report? Councillor Lindell. And can I get a councillor to second the recommendation in the report? Councillor Garcia. Thank you. And the staff recommendation is obviously to deny. An amendment to the City of St. Catharines zoning bylaw for the lands described as part of Lot 3308 on the Corporation Plan 2 in the City of St. Catharines, Region of Niagara, municipality known as Eastchester, 70 Eastchester. Any appeals to the Land Tribunal for consideration and decision. Further, that the city clerk be directed to make all necessary notifications. I call the clerk to record the vote, please. I'm sorry, Councillor Lindahl, you had something to question?
I'd just like to speak on it, if I can.
Sure.
I have been speaking very closely with the residents in and around that area, Blair, Plymouth, Eastchester, and Queenston Street, and I have 70 signed letters here from those residents who do not want a 10-story building on that lot or in that area. They're watching the problems across the street on Queenston Street, and they don't want those problems happening with their neighborhood. They don't want the height of the building. It's going to interfere with their privacy. It's going to cause shadows on their property. The traffic in and out of those areas on Queenston Street and Eastchester are going to be absolutely horrendous. I specifically asked the presenter how much public support that she was talking about, and I know for a fact that these 70 people who live in that neighborhood do not want this height building. They are not against a construction there. They are not against a building of a smaller size. That's not going to interfere with the flavor of the neighborhood and the neighborhood itself. A nice smaller 6-story building, they're okay with. It's just that a 10-story building is just too much for that area. There are already townhouses in that area that are 3 stories high that are already interfering with the flavor of that neighborhood, and they'd like to stay away from that. So I'm hoping that council will go with this staff recommendation, and maybe the presenter and the developer can go back and come up with something that would be more amenable to the neighborhood and to the people who are living in that area.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you feel that the residents in that area would support a 6-story building?
Stop. Green means stop.
Oh, red.
Yes, I think they would be amenable to a 6-story building.
Thank you. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to add to Councilor Lindahl's presentation. I took the time to go and visit the site, and I concur with the residents' concerns that 10 stories seems to be too high, and then the density that they're trying to put in there. I think the residents are being very reasonable, saying they would accept something lower. And certainly when you look at it from the developer's perspective, it's a matter of obviously not as much profit, but I hope that they will be able to build a profitable building at the 6 stories and lower density. And also, you know, we have an official plan, and we have it for a reason. We need to stick to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, comment?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I wanted to just jump in. Through you, I guess my concern with this is it's been quite clear that the project is not financially viable unless there's a certain height, and that's regarding the cost to upgrade the regional and municipal sewer. So it's, you know, hearing that their residents are okay with 6, that's great. But my concern here is I think there's an opportunity for the city to partner here and build, say, 20% affordable housing units on this site. So I'm going to continue to, you know, hope that council vote this down and support an alternative motion that would allow and encourage a type of partnership for affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Okay, at this point, I'll call the vote. Clerk.
Councillor Lindahl?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner? Yes. Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
No.
Councillor Townsend?
No.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Just one moment.
Yes, during the public meeting, Councillor Harris and Councillor Ratzlaff did leave the room, and because it's a public meeting, if you leave the room.
I might challenge that because I actually went in the back room to cough and it was on the video.
To the clerk?
There you go.
Technology at its best.
Yeah.
Were you paying attention when you were back there coughing?
I was standing right back there. I coughed.
Okay.
I thought I'd be polite.
So the procedure is that if a member is not present at a public meeting pursuant to the Planning Act or any part thereof, the member shall not vote on any motion emanating from or relating to the public meeting or to the matter which was the subject of the public meeting.
I guess the question I have is if someone calls in virtually, are they actually present?
Yes, they are present because the procedure bylaw says that anybody who attends electronically has the same rights as any member who is present in the room.
So if I went in the back room and it was on the screen, would I not be attending virtually?
In my opinion, you are not in the room.
Okay.
Thank you. Lesson to be learned, I guess. Continue.
And we have Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
And that's votes carried.
Councillors? Now we'll move to 8.2, Planning and Public Services, Planning Services Act recommendation, report zoning bylaw amendment, application to amend zoning bylaw 2013-283, subject lands 47 Hastings, street owner 2640647 Ontario, agent Craig Rohe, Upper Canada Consultants. The purpose of this public meeting is to ensure that sufficient information is available for the public and council to understand the proposed amendment to the zoning bylaw regarding 47 Hastings Street and to provide the public with an opportunity to input before council's decision. If a person does not make an oral or written submission prior to council decision, that person is not entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal and may not be added as a party to the hearing of any appeal by others without the permission of the tribunal. Public meeting will proceed as follows. Staff will explain the report and staff's recommendation. The agent will then provide brief remarks and council will have an opportunity to ask questions. Member of the public wishing to delegate were advised registered by 9 o'clock. One person requested to speak, and that is Mr. John Anderson. And then the public meeting will close. And I now call on Claire Semple, Planner 2, to present. Claire?
Thank you. Good evening, Deputy Mayor, City Councilors, staff members, and the public. My name is Claire Semple, Planner 1 with the City of St. Catharines. I'm here to present staff's recommendation for the zoning bylaw amendment application 47 Hastings Street. To facilitate the proposed development of 5-story 71-unit residential apartment building, the applicant is requesting to rezone the lands from medium density mixed use, M1, to medium density with special provision 174. Staff are requesting holding provision 27 to be applied to this zoning classification. This map shows the subject lands, 47 Hastings, and its location in the Meriton neighborhood in the southeast end of St. Catharines. The land is presently vacant, but previously was used as an overflow parking lot serving adjacent uses. Here are the views from the subject lands. The next few slides will provide a brief summary of various land uses, land acquisitions, land severances, and land assemblies that resulted in the lot composition of the subject lands. The application is part of the ongoing redevelopment of the former Domtar lands, former Trillium Rail Spur Line, which was assumed by Canadian National Railway, CN, and the realignment and improvement of Hastings Street. In 2014, CN severed off a portion of its land, the yellow strip, from the purple section, creating a new lot that was subsequently merged with adjacent lands to the east, held under the same ownership. In 2017, a portion of the land was severed from 271 Merritt Street, the blue section. This severance facilitated the commercial uses at 271 Merritt to function independently from the future development contemplated for the lands to the north, the yellow section. In 2018, the City of St. Catharines acquired the lands for the continuation of the Chestnut Street Road allowance through a land exchange. You can see on the map, this separated the yellow section into two parcels. It was at this time the lot boundaries of the subject lands were finalized. To the north is vacant lands that are anticipated to accommodate future residential mixed-use development and the future extension of Chestnut Street right-of-way. Approximately 220 meters north is the Canadian National Railway main line. To the east of the subject lands includes the Royal Canadian Legion and low-rise residential dwellings. Further east is Merritt Street. To the south is Stone Mill Inn, Johnny Rocco's Italian Grill, and further Glendale Avenue, a regional arterial road. Finally, a commercial plaza is to the west. As previously stated, the subject application is proposed to facilitate a 5-story residential apartment building comprising of 71 dwelling units. The proposed site plan is presented here. Pedestrian access is primarily through a direct marked pathway and provide unobstructed route to the main apartment building's entrance. A second entrance is available to the north of the site off the planned Chestnut Street extension. Vehicle access to the site is facilitated by 2 entrance points, providing 2-way internal circulation. The underground parking garage is accessed from the interior side yard to the south. Parking for the site is proposed both above and below ground, with 43 parking spaces provided underground. The surface parking area provides 46 spaces, including 4 accessible spaces. No reduction in required parking is requested, as the proposed 89 total spaces achieves the requirement of 1.25 spaces per dwelling unit. 12 bicycle parking spaces provided between 2 outdoor racks are located in proximity to the entranceways. A low garden wall is proposed around the frontage along Hastings Street and the planned Chestnut Street extension. The city's official plan, being the Garden City Plan, designates the land's mixed use on Schedule D1, its general land use plan, and further designates the land mixed use on Schedule E9, its East District Planning. The district plan designation is shown here. The mixed use designation permits a broad array of medium to high density housing, including apartment buildings. Building height is restricted to 20 meters. No change is proposed to this designation, and no official plan amendment is required. In terms of zoning, the subject lands are currently zoned M1, mixed use, medium density mixed use under the city's zoning bylaw. The M1 zone permits a range of uses, including residential, commercial, and mixed-use buildings with a maximum residential density of 100 units per hectare of land. A zoning bylaw amendment is required primarily due to the increased residential density proposed. The applicant has also requested a special provision as part of the rezoning to establish site-specific performance standards. And the third component is the holding provision, H27, which has been requested by staff. A special provision is requested to address site-specific matters such as rear yard setback to the apartment building, rear yard setback to the platform structures, residential density, and landscape buffers. The minimum rear yard setback for these lands are required to be the height of the building, that being 18.8 meters for the proposed development. The proposed building is oriented towards the back of the site, away from Hastings Street, resulting in a requested rear yard setback of 2.0 meters, highlighted in blue here. The increased setback for the 5-story building from Hastings Street allows for a more gradual height transition between the new building and the lower residential buildings to the east, and the future higher density residential development contemplated for the lands to the west. Similarly, the proposed special provision includes a reduced rear yard setback to the platform structures along the rear lot line. This is highlighted in the orange, being 2.0 meters, where 4.5 meters is required. The provision is applicable to the proposed balconies located to the rear of the building. The subject application also requests a reduction of the minimum lot area from 100 square meters to 63 square meters per dwelling unit, representing an increase in residential density from 100 units per hectare, 45 units for this site, to 154 units per hectare, which is the proposed 71 units. Staff are satisfied that this density in the building envelope is appropriate for the subject lands, its location along multiple transit lines, proximity to higher order transportation systems, and the surrounding mix of commercial and recreational uses. For the south lot line, the applicant is requesting a reduction for landscape buffer from 3 meters to 2.3 meters, and the north line from 3 meters to 2.7 meters. The screening function is maintained by the low garden wall, as well as a privacy fence, both secured through site plan process. Along the front line, the required landscape buffer of 3.0 meters to 1.85 meters is requested. To compensate for the landscape buffer reduction along the frontage, the proposed landscape plan includes the provision of a low garden wall with supplementary plantings. Staff are of the opinion that this supports its function and provides visual screening of the parking area. Through development engineering, staff's review of the zoning bylaw amendment, particularly with regard to the proposed increased density, concerns were raised regarding the sanitary sewer and its capacity in the area of 47 Hastings Street. It is critical to ensure that no adverse effects are caused to the sewer network or its current users as a result of this development. Staff would note that these concerns are based on the city's all pipes model, a theoretical modeling software, and may not reflect actual conditions. Accordingly, the proposed holding provision has been requested by staff to ensure that the existing wastewater capacity is appropriately investigated, and wastewater anticipated to be generated by the increased density is planned for and accommodated in downstream infrastructure. Staff have reviewed this application against provincial land use planning, as well as regional land use planning, and is found in keeping. Staff evaluated this proposed zoning bylaw amendment against applicable redevelopment and development policies and intensification area policies in the official plan. Staff found the application supports compatible, efficient development, and supports the city's growth targets, contributes to the range of housing forms, and utilizes existing services, although existing wastewater system capacity does remain a question. With the implementation of holding provision 27, the proposal is in keeping with the objectives and policies of the official plan. No objections were received from city departments and external agencies. As previously discussed, engineering staff requested the holding provision to address functional servicing of the site. Further requirements to be satisfied are a record of site condition, noise and vibration study, a Ministry of Transportation permit. Notice of public meeting was given in accordance with the Planning Act. No comments were received from the public. In conclusion, it is staff's recommendation that council approve the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. The proposal is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to the growth plan, Niagara official plan, and Garden City plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Semple. I now call on Craig Rowe from Upper Canada Consultants and Mr. Tom Richardson, solicitor for the applicant, to provide brief remarks. Please identify yourself when you come.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Craig Rohe. I'm a senior planner with Upper Canada Consultants. We're a planning and engineering firm based in St. Catharines. We decided to forego the formal presentation tonight as staff gave an excellent overview with lots of details. There's a few anecdotal things I'd just kind of like to add to this, and I asked that our assistant here put this up on the screen. Some background, which some council members may know, others may not, is that this site that we're dealing with right now has site plan approval and secured minor variances in 2021 for the construction of a 5-story, 54-unit building. As part of our work preparing to go to construction on this development, we've realized we need to do some pretty deep excavation under the footprint of the existing building. And because of that excavation, it's presented an opportunity for us to provide some underground parking, more parking on site, and better urban design overall. So the proposed extension of the building to accommodate this is approximately 50 feet or about 15 meters. So on the screen behind me to the right, we've extended on the building. The building footprint itself has not changed. We were able, through this design, to actually negate about half of the minor variances that we previously applied for on the site. So although the zoning amendment is facilitating the additional density that we're getting on the property, some of those other site-specific pinch points that we talked about have been through the Committee of Adjustment, albeit for a different application, but we're unchallenged. So the location of this building is nothing new. Where it's situated on the site is nothing new beyond that. So currently, we're in the process of preparing our second submission of site plan approval for this revised building, working to address comments and some of the additional study requirements. And although I would say we're disappointed, but it's not staff's issue at all, seeing that holding provision that needs to be applied because of this greater servicing issue, which I'm sure you're all aware of. We know that there's a report. Upper Canada has been working diligently preparing this development, the road reconstruction for Hastings, and future phases of development in this area. We'll be working closely with staff to provide the necessary information to confirm that we do have capacity and we can get this project off the ground and moving forward as soon as possible. Mr. Richardson has foregoed any comments this evening, so I'm happy to answer anything that you may have for me this evening.
Anyone on? Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question, Mr. Rowe. Can you share with council how long this project has been in the works?
Through Deputy Mayor to the councillor, I believe that some of the first conversations for this development started in and around 2017, 2018, and have progressed through the Site 1 development concept for this property specifically, as well as a coordinated approach to reconstructing all of Hastings Street to an urban road. And more recently, in about the past year and a half or so, we've been working to explore the additional phases of this development north of the Chestnut Street extension, and we're anticipating to be bringing forward some of those applications there this fall.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments from council? Questions? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rowe.
Thank you.
I now call on John Anderson to present, please. Mr. Anderson is not with us from the looks of things. Is he online? It says he's supposed to be present in person. Maybe he had to leave to cough and he's in the ante room, I don't know. You're allowed to cough in council from now on, Councillor. Cover your mouth, that's all. Okay, Mr. Anderson's not present. Does anyone else in attendance wish to speak? Does anyone else in attendance wish to speak? No one? Thank you. Motion that council now close a public meeting respecting the application to amend zoning bylaw 2013-283 subject land 47 Hastings Street. Can I have a motion to close the public meeting, please? Councillor Harris, you were here, weren't you? Yes. And seconded by Councillor Stevens, thank you. All in favor, raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Public meeting is now closed and council is called to order. Persons wishing to receive notice of council's decision should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. Any questions from council to staff? Councillor Harris.
Oh, thanks, Harris. You turned me on.
Sorry, Councillor Ratzlaff. Okay, we'll go to.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I guess to the Director of Planning, the holding provision that's put in place, what exactly needs to happen, or like, could I get staff to come back with a report, like what's needed and how to remove it? Like what is that all about?
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, the provisions of H removal are in the report itself. So while the existing flow monitoring work that's been put forward by the applicants have demonstrated some theoretical surcharging, we're going to ask that some additional work be undertaken to prove that from theoretical to practical it doesn't actually exist. And should those conditions exist to the satisfaction of the city's engineer, then the H can be removed. Any technical requirements or engineering related discussion on that should likely be deferred to either the Director of Municipal Works or the Director of Engineering Facilities and Environmental Studies.
Okay, so is there a timeline on this whole H provision? Or is it just we wait for the applicant to complete it and then we'll expedite removing it?
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, once the city engineer is satisfied that the conditions exist that would permit connection, then the H removal would be done very, very promptly. The H removal approval authority is delegated to staff, and then it's just a bylaw on the council agenda without a public meeting.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ratzlaff. Now we'll try Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a quick question. I might have missed this in the presentation, but on the west side of the property behind Sobeys, there's vacant land. Is there plans for that land, or does the owner also own that land, or is it just part of an extension of Sobeys property?
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor.
Sir.
Oh. Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor. The property is owned by the City of St. Catharines, and it's currently a municipal works yard. However, it is zoned R4, permitting and planned for future high-density residential development.
All right, thank you. It's helpful.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further questions, is there a councillor who would like to move the recommend? I was waiting for you to put your hand up. Yeah, go. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, just a question. Is this development subject to development fees and charges?
Councillor, Director Kate.
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, yes, this is a new application that is subject to development charges as per Council's Development Charge Bylaw and the Development Charges Act.
I guess my question about that is, if this development was submitted earlier and then modified, that makes it the whole site is eligible for those fees and charges?
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, the wording in the Development Charges Act is the later application that relates to the development. So the previous approval for the 54 units in the building on another location on the site, this is an application that moved the building on the site and sought additional density. They are new applications for a zoning bylaw amendment site plan, and as per the Development Charges Act, Section 26 sub 4, it's a new application and therefore subject to the city's DC bylaw.
If we so deemed it fair, do we have the ability to waive those fees, or is that not an option for us?
Director.
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, the city's Development Charges Bylaw does not permit waiving or reduction of fees other than the prescribed permissions in that DC bylaw. This would not qualify.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further councillors wishing to ask a question, we'll go to the vote. Councillor Move the recommendation of the report. Councillor Miller, seconded by Councillor Lindell. All in favor? Or no?
Okay.
Sorry, can't do that. Can't do it that way. Not that I'm in a hurry. The recommendation, I'm sure you've all read it, and I'm not going to read it to you. So I'll look to the clerk to call the recorded vote, please.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Sorry, went to you quite early. Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge? Yes. Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner? Yes. Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
And that's carried.
Thank you, Council. Thank you for the presentation. Now we'll be moving to 8.3, Financial Management Services, Property Management, Stop Up, Close, and Declare Surplus, part of Burbank Drive, part of PIN 46156-0005, LT, lying west of Vansickle Road, Realty File 07-32. Notice of consideration regarding the recommendation to stop up and close the property that I just mentioned. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Members of the public wishing to delegate were advised to register by 9 o'clock today, and no one requested to speak. Is there anybody in attendance that wishes to speak to this matter? Seeing none, we'll progress. There is not a presentation by staff, I see. So we'll go right to closing the public meeting. Oh, sorry, I thought you had your hand up. You wanted to speak. Okay. We'll now commence. Council will then consider the report. Any questions from anyone about the report? Good. And we'll now commence the public meeting, of which there's nothing to speak about, so that's good. Can I have a motion to close the public meeting? Councillor Kushner, seconded by Councillor Williamson. All in favor? Raise your hand. Public meeting is now closed and council is called to order. This is going to be the fastest public meeting in the history of St. Catharines. Is there a councillor who'd like to move the recommendation in the report? Councillor Kushner, seconded by Councillor Stevens. Any debate on the issue? Okay, we'll now have a recorded vote. Clerk?
Councillor Kushner? Yes. Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Miller? That's the Miller I'm looking to.
Yes. Miller, yes.
Sorry. Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge? And Deputy Mayor Phillips?
Yes.
And that's carried.
Thank you. Now I'm going to turn it back to you to go way back to where we were before the public meeting started.
So previously, we had finished off at 5.2. 5.3 is being tabled at a future meeting. So we're at 5.4, which is to waive the fees for closing of streets for the Terry Fox Run. And that's being moved by Councillor Garcia.
Should I?
Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is pretty straightforward. I don't want to read the whole thing, but hopefully everybody read it. But we're lucky enough that the Terry Fox Run in St. Catharines is held annually in Port Dalhousie. It didn't hold it for a couple of years because of the pandemic. It came back last year. The volunteers really like doing it in Port Dalhousie, and all the business, and everybody appreciates it very much. And last council passed a motion to ensure that they didn't have to pay parking fees that morning, because that would kill them. And the volunteers do not have any corporate sponsors, which was Terry Fox's wishes. So they don't have a lot of spare funds. So they don't have to pay for parking fees. And since last year, staff have recommended that the streets be closed for the execution of the run for safety reasons. The volunteers say they have always run it with just their own volunteer marshals, but I know they're meeting with staff about that. But in the meantime, closing the streets would cost approximately $4,000, according to Director Smith. And so I'm moving that we waive that this year, which is minimal, and also that we do like we did with the parking fees, and that we also waive them in the future as long as the run is held in Port Dalhousie from Lakeside Park. And I had asked that it be funded from the municipal budget because that's what Director Smith felt that he could accommodate that. But I believe you had an amendment to that?
Yes, I did. A friendly amendment. Do you want me to bring that forward now?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. It is a $4,000 cost, which isn't an awful lot, but however, multiplying that to Mr. Smith's budget over a number of years, he probably doesn't want to lose that. So I would suggest that the annual amount come out of the Civic Project Fund to the tune of $4,000 a year, if that's what it is. And it is a civic project. It's a civic event. And to me, that's what the Civic Project Fund is for. So rather than taking out of someone's operating budget, I'm sure he can use it somewhere, that it comes out of the Civic Project Fund annually. That would be a friendly amendment?
Yeah, that would be friendly, and that's for the future years. So
for future
hopefully
years. Right.
Everybody will support that. He is recognized as a true Canadian hero, so thank you.
Councillor Williamson, you had your hand up. Did you want? Okay, seconded by Councillor Williamson.
I just have a question.
Yes.
I'm just, it's not that I don't want to waive the fees for Terry Fox Run. I'm just asking from a policy or guideline perspective, are we waiving fees? Like, do we have a process already in place that allows like applicants for other organizations to apply for the fee waiving for things like road closures or, park rentals and that sort of thing? And has the Terry Fox group applied to have the fees waived? I'm asking just for clarification.
I'm going to direct that to manager. No, I was looking at Eric to do it, but okay, Deputy CAO Ohosky.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. No, we have no such program in place right now to waive the costs associated with road closures. In future years, having the Civic Project Fund, because those requests come to council for council's consideration. So consistent with the Deputy Mayor's amendment, we'd suggest that requests come forward and council make decisions based on use of the Civic Project Fund. I'd also note that there is a memo from the Director of Financial Management Services on the agenda this evening. So council can kind of see the running tally of projects approved through the Civic Project Fund and what the annual threshold is based on the policy.
Okay, thank you. I'm just asking because I want to be fair. I know that there are other organizations and charity organizations in the community that do road closures, and if they're, I just want to make sure that everybody's getting a fair shake and a fair opportunity to access, this kind of fee waiving. Thank you.
Went red. Thank you, Councillor. I want to direct the question to Mr. Lamothe at the back, because I know there is a program where if organizations want fees waived, we match to 50%. I don't know that, I've sat on that committee a lot, as you know. I can't remember if road closures ever came to that or if it was just programming.
Thank you, and through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor. Road closures are not, because it's through a third-party contractor, and so typically the special event waiving fee program would be for city costs. So in this instance, the Terry Fox Run would be eligible for their permit fees, which they have historically applied for in the past, and we're eligible for that 50%. So for the permit fee, it is eligible, just the road closures is not.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Councillor?
Yeah, they're all red.
Councillor Williamson, your light's on. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to reinforce the fact that this is an unanticipated new cost that they didn't face in previous years, so that's why it's kind of a last-minute situation that they came to Councillor Garcia and I to help them out with.
Right. Thank you. And just to also add through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in terms of fairness, that the Terry Fox run is somewhat of a unique situation in that I have that caveat that they're not allowed to have corporate sponsors, so they really have not a lot of funding to do anything like that. But thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't see your name up here.
I just, through you, Deputy Mayor, just a clarification, and it's a great idea that we do this kind of stuff. Why are we asking for it for multiple years? Like maybe next year the cost will be $4,400 they want? Why isn't it just asking for a one-off instead? I just want that for clarification.
Councillor Garcia.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you. I did that because former Mayor Ssonix added that longevity last year, the last council, when we looked at the fact that they couldn't afford the parking fees, and I thought it was consistent with their motion. His motion at the time was that they don't have to pay parking fees to have the event there, depart from Lakeside Park, as long as they hold it there. And so I try to do the same thing to be consistent with the closing costs, and I can't imagine that they're going to skyrocket.
It's also one of those things, I think, that we don't want staff to have to prepare a report year after year after year about the same thing, and we have to vote on it when this is one that's going to be a foregone, well, I shouldn't say a foregone conclusion, but it would normally pass. Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, as our rates do continuously change year by year, should this not be referred back to as well for future years to the Budget Committee, just to ensure that this cost, like Councillor Stevens just said, this year it could be $4,000, next year it could be $4,500. Rates and fees do change, as we have seen over the last several years. So I'm wondering if we can add an amendment in here that it does go back to the Budget Committee to just ensure that these funds are properly allocated for the correct amounts.
Yeah, we could do that. The amount could be forwarded by Director Smith, and Council Budget Standing Committee can decide on if it's something that we want to bring to Council, but I don't know if that's necessary.
Yeah, I'd like to add that amendment in.
Director Smith?
Through you, or to you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, yes, we can accommodate that.
You don't see it going up?
No, the cost will be the cost of the provider.
Right.
We've gone to a third-party provider because we can better actually regulate the costs through them and ensure that we can meet the demand. So I don't anticipate that these costs will, grow outside what the normal inflation rates are for all the other costs. That's probably a wrong thing to say this year, but in general, I don't anticipate those rates going up drastically. But I can certainly provide the cost to the Budget Standing Committee through a memo.
That's fine. Thank you. Is that okay with you, Councillor Townsend?
Yeah, and again, it's just to make sure that the costs they may change. We just want to make sure that we're making sure that the costs are there to cover for this run. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Garcia, do you want to add
Thank you, Mr.
something?
Deputy Mayor. If that's an amendment, I don't consider it friendly. I certainly don't want to create any more bureaucracy for the volunteers to go through.
So we'll have to vote on that separately. You want to vote on that amendment separately, that an annual report from Municipal Works not come to Budget Standing Committee, or come to Standing Committee, and we'll vote on that separately. Okay. Okay, we'll vote on the amendment first. you want to word that amendment, Councillor Townsend?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's simply to just ensure that we it's not going to be 4,000 every year. It's an amendment just asking that the budget committee be aware of what that cost is going to be every year, and that council is aware of it as well. It's I guess I'm surprised the budget chair is not in favor of looking to see what changes may come at this cost. I mean, what is the other solution here? Is that it would just say it comes in at 4,400 next year? What happens in that situation where the cost does come in higher? How do we go about that?
Would you just make the amendment, Councillor, and then we can vote on it?
Thank you. The amendment is to have the budget committee approve the increases of this ask on a yearly basis as it changes. And I'm okay with the fee. We're trying to make sure that the money is there to if it does increase in future years.
Okay, thank you. Did you get that amendment? Is it up there? Here it is. To have the budget committee approve the increases on closing the run on a yearly basis. Okay.
So we're just going to say to have the budget committee consider the increases to closing the roads. We will not be closing the run.
What's that? Sorry?
We won't be closing the run. We would be closing the roads.
It's your roads.
We're excited about
closing the road. We're not closing the run, right? Good point. To the clerk, call the.
So this is just on the amendment. Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Councillor Dodge. No. Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Kushner. No. Councillor Lindell.
No.
Councillor McPherson.
No.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
No.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
No.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
And that's lost.
Thank you. Now to the motion.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Yes. Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Yes. Councillor Deputy Mayor Phillips.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Thank you. 5.5 Correctional Service of Canada report. Motion moved by Councillor McPherson, seconded by Councillor Townsend. You've all read the report. You wish to make a comment, Councillor?
Thank you. Just with the Corrections Canada report that came out, and then the lawyer for the Mahaffey and French families, it just seems that there needs to be some changes, and just asking the federal government to look at it.
Thank you. To the clerk.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, sorry.
Sorry,
just a question.
Councillor, go ahead.
A question through you to the mover. Should we consider specifically asking that the government review this again and consider denying it, or just that they look at it?
I think with the report from Corrections Canada and their report, it certainly outlines that they're not going to be re-looking at it. And based on the information in Mr. Danson's news release, as well as other people who have spoken about it, that it requires a legislative change. So that's where I see it happening.
And should we add the Prime Minister himself on that list, or?
Sure, I guess, if you want.
Okay.
Why
and
not?
I believe Minister Mendocino's last name is misspelled, but I'm not positive. So.
We'll have to make sure we get that corrected. Okay, to the clerk, call the question, please.
Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Miller.
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Counselor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor Williamson.
Yes.
Counselor Dodge. Yes. Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Kushner. Yes. Counselor Lindell.
Yeah.
And Deputy Mayor Phillips.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, to the consent agenda. Clerk?
Yeah, so item 7.5 has been pulled, so today's consent agenda, actually, first we look to Councillor Garcia for an overview of the decisions coming out of the Budget Standing Committee.
Sorry, Councillor Garcia. Would you give us an update on any proceedings from the Budget Standing Committee?
Yes, so I'm reporting on the Budget Committee meeting of June 21st, and there were two reports that we reviewed. One of them is a development charges exemption strategy for the funding of it. As council may be aware, the provincial government has passed legislation that will exempt some projects from development charges in order to further their housing agenda. And this could result in some major costs to the city. So staff recommended and the committee approved that we contact the province and ask for funding to make us whole on this, because if we're going to meet our housing objective, we're not going to be able to do it if we can't have development charges or some alternative funding. The second report was on the implications of the multi-year budgeting process, and we have heard about the multi-year budgeting process on a couple of occasions, and as council knows, we're looking at having budgets now over 3 years, so the next cycle would be for 2024, 2025, and 2026. And this report from staff, which is available for anyone on council to look at in detail, gives some specific recommendations as to how we can, how we will look at both capital and operating budget items. So those are the two reports, and that's my update, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions from council in that regard? Seeing none, move to the discussion reports.
We do need to vote to approve the consent agenda. So we have a mover to move this consent agenda, Councillor McPherson. Today's consent agenda is item 7.1, Lancaster Park Recreational Facility Request for Proposal. Item 7.2, the Budget Standing Committee report that Councillor Garcia just spoke to. 7.3, lands known as 6 Smith Street declaring surplus. Item 7.4, purchase of replacement video display system and POS software for the Meridian Center. And item 7.6 is council correspondence. Councillor McPherson.
Go ahead.
Take a minute.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Why isn't it there?
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Being silenced, yes.
Only so many mics can be at a time, so if people push theirs early, then whoever I call can't push theirs. It's like 6 or something. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Yes. Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
And Deputy Mayor Phillips.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Moving to discussion reports. 10.1, engineering facilities, environmental services, St. Catharines wastewater system update and proposed action plan. Can I get a councillor to move this recommendation, please? Councillor Stevens, thank you. Can I get a councillor to second the recommendation and the report? Councillor Harris, thank you. Any questions or debate in that regards? If you do, I'm sure Anthony or Mr. Martuccio, Director Martuccio, would love to answer any questions about this topic. The wastewater one. Seeing none? Oh, good. Thank you. It is important, so go for it, Mr. Councillor Williamson.
The report tells us we have this massive infrastructure deficit, pipes, pumps, all that infrastructure costs a lot of money. We just had to raise taxes 10.5%. The province's, the financial accountability officer for the province of Ontario says that the province is going to be sitting, the Doug Ford government is going to be sitting on about $22.6 million in a few years. We're starving. We need the money. The province has got to start anteing up here. And of that 10.5%, Treasurer can correct me if I'm wrong, about a third of that is directly attributable to policies that the Ford government has made. So, I mean, come on. If we want to have more housing, you have to have the infrastructure to have the housing. You want to have infill housing, you have to have money to restore the system that we have. It takes a lot of money. Province is going to have to start ending up. That's my sermon for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. CEO Oakes, I'm going to defer to you as to what we have done as far as going to the province and making them aware of our needs. Have we got there yet, or where are we going with that?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We have had several reports, as council be aware, specifically through planning and building services with the various bills that the province has brought forward on advocacy motions and soliciting the province. And as Councillor Garcia identified through the Budget Standing Committee, we continue to do so. The recommendation within this report, again, reiterates continuing advocacy through AMO and other opportunities to deal with the province. But staff is very much in line with council that we need to be able to receive both provincial and federal support. In this situation, provincial, absolutely. There are a lot of regulations that prohibit or regulate how we are able to approve various developments, and in particular with the water system, it's a shall, it's not a may. So there are a lot of specific issues that a shall, as the capacity within the system. So we've recognized that. From a technical standpoint, I defer obviously to staff, but from an advocacy standpoint, we've been very proactive on doing that with the province, and we'll continue to do so.
Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, yeah, I agree with what Councillor Williamson has mentioned about, the province really putting this pressure on the municipalities. And I do hope that some of my colleagues around the table will attend AMO this year. It's down the road in London, Ontario. At AMO, we have the opportunity to get front and center with the Ford government, and we can certainly use a few more pit bulls around the table, including the legendary Councillor Williamson at that table. Would be great to have him there, and to fighting for things that St. Catharines needs, especially when it comes to environmental protections. And it'd be great to have some of my senior colleagues at AMO this year. So just a little pitch there for my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, call the clerk to record the vote, please.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner? Yes. Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
And Deputy Mayor Phillips?
Yes.
And that's carried.
Thank you. 10.2 Municipal Works requested work plan to plant 100,000 trees in 10 years. Can I get a councillor to move the recommendation and the report, please? Do I see Councillor Townsend's hand up?
Yes. And if I could just make a comment as well, Chair.
Well, I need a seconder first.
Councillor Williamson.
Councillor Dodge. There. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I wanted to, I was a bit disappointed with the staff report that did come back on the 100,000 trees over 10 years. There were a few things that I would have liked to have seen, including, partnerships with the different school boards, Niagara College, Brock University, as well as relying more as well on the federal government on their promise to fund and support municipalities and communities when it comes to tree planting. So I'm asking to refer this back to staff to come back with an alternative plan, but also to connect with these the school boards, as well as have the environmental sustainability group committee that we have now at the city, just to come back with some alternative ideas. And because I'm really disappointed in the report that it seems to suggest that it's not possible for the city to do this, whereas I believe it is. I believe that where there's a will, there's a way. And especially when you get, the grade 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 students involved in the tree planting programs, I think it's certainly, there's a lot of possibility where, yes, we can certainly plant 10,000 trees a year. So I would like this to be referred back to staff. Thank you.
Councillor Miller.
Don't we need to see if someone wants to move the staff recommendation first, if that's not, because this sounds like it's pretty contrary to the staff recommendation. But he's moving it and then referring it back. That's not really to be completely changed. That's not.
Yeah, I want to refer it back to staff to come back with a proper plan here.
But yeah, that's not.
You didn't move it. You want to refer it back to staff? Is that what you're saying, Councillor?
That's correct.
Okay, so if it's a referral back to staff, then it's not debatable.
You also mentioned running it past the environmental sustainability.
Go ahead, sorry, Councillor.
I think Councillor Townsend also included sending it to the Environmental Sustainability Committee for their comments as well.
Okay, fine. Now it's being referred, so it's not to be discussed, correct? So did a question from Councillor Dodge?
Okay, sorry. So we're referring it back to staff for more information? Is that correct? No?
What exactly, Councillor Townsend, are you referring to?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I've connected with CAO Oaks on this, and I want to refer it back to staff to come back with an appropriate plan based on what the original motion was. And this work plan that was brought forward by staff doesn't encompass what the original ask was when we put this forward the last term in council.
Thank you.
So through you, Deputy Chair, I also spoke with staff today about this issue, and I have a little bit of information coming back from staff now. Can I refer this as part of this or not?
No, I'm afraid not. It's been referred to. I'm going to direct comment to Director Smith and I'll come back to you. I would like to get to Director Smith first to get, in case you have any questions of Councillor Townsend as to what exactly he's requesting or if any information you need to give us.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. If I understand where Councillor Townsend is coming from, and so I would make a suggestion on the referral, because I think this will actually give the councillor what he's looking for, but also give this council an opportunity to review this in a proper context. And we've been talking at the staff level, and what we suggest, would it be referred back to staff, and that staff for 2024 prepare a tree planting strategy for the city that would encompass working with private entities, school boards, other boards, to see what we can achieve. So I think that way we can put a plan together and put something in place that would allow this council to make some informed decisions about which level do they want to engage in this program. There are challenges to doing the 100,000 trees, and we could fully explore ways to try to meet those challenges and give that better information to council. I think that would that type of referral would allow us to deal with this on a more wholesome basis.
Would we be able to get that report to us by the end of Q2 next year?
We could make our best effort. We want to engage the Environmental Sustainability Committee, so we're going to be a little tied to their agenda and their meeting dates, but we would make every effort to meet that.
My thought behind that is because if we can get that done by the end of the second quarter, then perhaps we can start planting in the appropriate time in the fall to get it going as soon as possible.
If it's council's wish, we would make that a priority for our work plan for next year.
Councillor Townsend, do you have any comment about that? Does that meet your need?
Thank you, Chair. My concern here is, we've had over a year and a half to come up with something here, and I don't want to kick the can down the road further than what it needs to be. I would like to see this, top of mind, and I know you said Q2 of 2024, but ideally I would like something, February, March of 2024 at the latest, because we need to get, some plan in place going into, next spring, next summer, in the fall, and that would be an expectation that I think is doable.
Well, they're not going to plant in the summer. You're either planting in the spring or the fall, correct?
Spring.
Let's just ask that we get it done as soon as possible, but no later than the end of the second quarter.
No later than Q2, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dodge, go for it. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I think that the director has covered it, and we'll wait to see what comes back from staff.
Great, thank you. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, just for clarity's sake, I believe when we passed this motion last term of council, I don't want to say the number $100,000 was, or 100,000 trees, certainly more dollars, was pulled out of thin air, but it did seem like an aspirational number at the time. Staff have come back and I believe are saying 2,400 is the reasonable amount. Is that a year? Is that just to Director Smith?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So when you look at our comparator programs, that is the largest tree planting program that our comparators have. Should we be trying for more than that? We absolutely can try for more than that, but there's challenges that have to be addressed. So when we talk to our comparators and talk to other cities that aren't our comparators but have large tree planting programs, their biggest challenge, which will be our biggest challenge, is actually finding land where they can plant the trees, that number of trees. Just as an aside, we estimate for the 10,000 trees a year, we are going to have to find 10 acres of grass that we're willing to convert back to trees to meet that 10,000 tree goal for each and every year that we're doing it.
I guess my concern is we're creating a lot of work for staff already tonight. This is another thing we're sending them back, and I think it's going to be incredibly difficult to up this number 4 times from 2,400 to 10,000 every year. I think if 2,400 is the number, we should stick with that. And I think the goal can always be to get as many trees in the ground as possible, and I think the report sort of alludes to that. I don't really see the need to have staff spend 8 months on a plan that's just not, it doesn't sound like it's ever going to be feasible to get up to 10,000 trees a year. I'd rather just say that this is what we can do right now, and we'll always be aiming to do more and get moving with that rather than, and accept that, because 100,000 was always aspirational. And rather than have Municipal Works spend 8 months on a report on this. And that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Call the question, please.
So to refer this back to staff, Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge? Yes. Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner? Yes. Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
No.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
And Deputy Mayor Phillips?
Yes.
And that's carried.
Thank you. Call for notices of motions. Councillor McPherson, you have a notice of motion coming for next meeting?
Yes, it's, I'm looking for council approval for me to apply to one of the FCM committees as a non-board member.
Thank you. Good luck with that.
Thank you.
And Councillor Miller.
Yeah, the federal government had a report on the financialization of housing, and it had some action items for municipalities, and I am just looking for some information from staff about what we can do to act on that. So I have a motion regarding that at the next meeting.
Thank you. Are there any report requests? Seeing none. Council receive and file the minutes of the Fallen Firefighters Memorial Task Force meeting of May 12th, 2023 as presented. Can I have a mover to file the minutes? Councillor Dodge, seconded by Councillor Harris. All in favor, raise your hands. Thank you. Now we're going to move into closed session. Motion to go into closed session for fire services. Just a minute, Councillor. Motion to go into closed session for fire services. That one's pulled, I think, is it not?
It's not pulled.
It's not pulled? Okay. Director of Fire Services regarding the Ssonix Fire update, and Legal and Clerk Services regarding a litigation matter.
So the first item is closed session pursuant to Section 2392E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality. And then the second item is closed pursuant to Section 2392E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals.
Council,
and
please.
2392F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose.
Council move into closed session for the reason noted by the clerk. Councillor Miller, Councillor Stevens, all in favor? Away we go. Okay, we're going to go. Is he? Good. Kevin's still with us. Okay.
Yes, I am.
Motions arising from the closed sessions, 15.1, Fire Services, Fire Chief, Director of Fire Services, Sonic update. Recommendation, the council received the memorandum from Fire Chief regarding Ssonix Fire update for information. Can I have a councillor to move that motion, please? Councillor Dodge, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Lindell. No debate on that? Good. Show of hands, all in favor, raise your hands, please. 15.2, Legal and Clerk Services, excuse me. Update on 2360 First Louth .OPA 36, staff recommendation that staff proceed as directed during the closed session. Can I have a councillor move that? Councillor Garcia, seconded by Councillor Lindell. Thank you. All in favor, raise your hand. Next, bylaws. Motion that the bylaws listed on council agenda A to I be read a first time, considered and passed, and that they be signed and executed by the mayor and the clerk. Can I have a councillor to move the motion? I have Councillor Stevens, seconded by Councillor McPherson. Thank you. All in favor, raise your hand. We have an additional bylaw that the following additional bylaw.
No, we do not.
No, we don't need that. That's right. Anybody want to go home? Motion to adjourn. Okay, Councillor Dodge, thank you. Seconded by Councillor McPherson. Thank you for a very difficult evening.